Good evening, yarnies, dirty hookers, and fiber fiends. How is everybody doing this evening? Let me see if the music is playing. Um, I switched over to some easy listening lo-fi music for tonight. Um, Let me double check something. We're going to bring our special guest on in a second. Tatter, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Let me double check this. Yes, welcome in everybody. We have a special guest tonight. We have the traveling Tatter on the is going to be here on the stream. I'm going to teach her how to crochet, and we're going to go and try to have her make a granny square. So that is the goal. She had a fundraiser back in April for Parkinson's research. Every $100 that was raised, she spun a wheel. And wherever the wheel landed, there were certain things. There were some physical items that somebody could have won. There was a couple different cat. There was a face cam that landed on her and now she has a face cam on her stream. There was a cat cam, but now I think it's a redeem where she goes and gets the cat. And then the other things were collabs. One of them was a co-stream with Llama and Sue with a 12-hour Genshin Impact stream. She did that the other week, and now it's become a permanent, I'm assuming a permanent, thing on her channel on Fridays where she plays Genshin. One of the other ones that it landed on was for her and that Spy Guy to do a collab stream, which is yet to happen. And lastly, to do a collab stream with yours truly, where I teach her how to crochet. So if we're all ready to proceed, we're going to get right into it. There is I have reduced the number of redeems, the channel point redeems. So you're not going to have all these bells and whistles going off. Nothing fun. Well, shouldn't say nothing fun. No silly hats, no costumes tonight. So I just want to keep it a little bit low-key, just so there's not as many distractions. I know there's going to be distractions, but I don't want it to be too distracting, especially when I am going to try to teach her. All right, I'm going to switch this over, and if Tatter is ready, I'm going to bring her on to the stream. All right, let's click this. We have a Tatter. We have a Tatter on the stream. How are you, Tatter? I'm pretty good. Let me move this out of the way. And welcome in, everybody. Let me catch up with chat. Thunder of Dragons got first. Congratulations. Spy Guy is lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Spy Guy. If it matters, you can hear both of us. Thank you. I was going to ask that. I think we ironed out all of that technical issues the other week when I had Edge of Human on. Hey there, Llama. How are you? Is the music too loud? Too quiet? If it's an issue, I can adjust that. Let me move this. All right. So, Tatter, do you have your supplies? I see you have hooks and you have yarn. Okay, my job is done. You know how to crochet. You did it. You taught me. All right. So before we start, if you have some worsted weight yarn, which is great. What size hook do you have? They should be marked in millimeters. Okay, that's great. Let me catch up with. What is Llama saying? Watching Hal play this new game that was released today, and I kind of tempted to cheat in Genshin. Oh, you're gonna cheat. You're gonna cheat. And drawing on your new tablet. Ooh, you have a new tablet? That's fun. Wash your hooks? No. Did you wash your hooks, Tatter? Good. Because if you did, I'm gonna have to kick you out. Alrighty. So you have the right tools for the job. Before we get into it, I'm going to show a little demonstration, little sample. Welcome in, Whiskey Ghoul. How are you? Um, just so you get an idea of how the stitches will look. Look, I'm not going to go real in depth tonight. I'm going to show you the basic stitches that you're going to need for a granny square. I'm not going to go and we're not going to learn all of these stitches. We're going to learn maybe 3 stitches actually. No, no, wait. No, yeah, three stitches. All right. Just as some background information, this sample I have here. First of all of these samples are using the exact same yarn and the exact same size of hook. Unlike tatting, with tatting, the size of your thread will determine your gauge. With crochet, yeah, the yarn will determine a bit, but it's more the size of your hook. So we're eliminating all the other variables. The only variable here is the type of stitch. Finishing a project to stuffing it and sewing the parts together. Very cool, Whiskey Ghoul. Are you counting chains? Yes, I'm counting chain as a stitch. That is a stitch that I will teach her. All right, so all of these samples are the same yarn and the same hook. Also, they're all 10 stitches across and 10 rows. So this is single crochet. And again, 10 stitches by 10 rows. This next one is half double crochet. Again, 10 by 10. You can see that each stitch, when you go up to a different stitch, it's taller than the previous one. This is double crochet. Again, 10 stitches by 10 rows. And there is going to be some stretch because it's yarn. But roughly, double crochet is twice as tall as single crochet. That makes sense. 2 is twice as large as 1. Math. And then triple crochet is going to be a lot, and I have to turn it on its side because it's so long. Again, 10 stitches by 10 rows. Just so you get an idea, when you go up the different stitches, they get taller. We're not going to do triple crochet tonight. We're not going to do half double. We're not even going to do single. I mean, I can show you single because that's kind of how the basis of it is. Actually, I will show you a little bit of single. But for a granny square, we're not going to need the single. Hey there, Witchy Weaver. You're getting popcorn. All right. So before we start, have you ever crocheted before, Tatter? Oh, yes. I use U.S. terms. Exactly. Not to confuse anybody, but a U.S. single crochet, the actual stitch you make, we call this a single. The UK would call that a double. What we call a double, they would call a triple. So they don't really have a single crochet. Victorian era, a slip stitch would be considered a single crochet. They don't even call it single anymore. They go the chain stitch, which I will show, the slip stitch, and then they go right into double and triple. So they skip over the single. I don't know why. It's probably because terminologies have evolved in different places at the same time with the same terms, but they mean different things. If that makes sense. Okay. Okay. That's fine. At least you have a little bit of a background. What do they call trebles? I'm not certain what they would call a treble or a triple crochet. I'm not certain. I'll have to look that up and get back to you. All right. So before we start anything, no hook. The hook is put the hook to the side. Do you know how to make a slip knot? Okay. I'm going to show the way that I teach. It might not be the right way for you, but I'm going to show the way I teach. So I got my ball of yarn, and I've got my end. So I'm going to put my end pointing towards me, and I'm going. Hey there, Mama YC. Welcome in. Yes, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. I'm going to do the method that I call the pretzel method, because when I form it, it's going to look like a pretzel. You know how a pretzel has a pretzel shape. I don't know other way to describe it. We're always talking about food. In Australia, a triple is a double. Oh, it's our double. Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Well, if you're still here, Mama Wicey, because I think in Australia they use the UK terms. What would you call a US triple crochet, which is taller than a double? Which is taller than a UK or Australian triple? Now, I'm getting myself confused. Our double is their triple? Yes, yes. All right. So if they can get back to us. So I've got my strand pointing towards me. Then I'm going to form the letter P. So I'm going to take, again, this is going to the ball. I'm going to take a little bit of it, and I'm going to form the letter P. So I'm going to make a loop, and I'm going to cross over myself. So we have the letter P. Perfect. Now I'm going to take that same strand and keep going. Keep the letter P. And I'm going to move it this way, but I'm going to lift the loop part of the P up and put the strand underneath the loop. So we do that so it looks like a pretzel. Do you want me to do that again for you? I think you got it. If anybody else is following along and I'm going too fast, please let me know. So we have the pretzel. Oh, Tatter, are you right-handed or left-handed? Okay. I should have asked that to begin with. So I'm right-handed also. So I'm going to take my hook, and it doesn't matter what hook you use. If you're using one and you seem to think that your chains are a little too tight, go up to the larger one, and vice versa. So they're close in size. They're only a millimeter difference. We're not worrying about gauge tonight. That's more advanced. So I'm going to take my hook and I'm going to put it in the right loop of the pretzel, and we're going to put it under that strand into the middle loop of the pretzel. So from the right under there into the middle hole. And you could just leave that just like that. With your other hand, with your left hand, grab both strands, the cut end and the end that goes to the ball. I'm going to pinch it between my thumb and my index finger. And I'm going to hold the hook. And the hook has that strand on top of it. Okay? Now, what you're going to do is if you've got your hook on that strand and you have both of the other ends in your left hand, now you're going to pull your hands apart. That's a slip knot. Now, with a slip knot, the strand that's going to the ball, if you pull it, it's going to make the loop on your hook tighter. And if you pull the other end, the short tail end, it's going to make the loop bigger. It's kind of like, almost like tatting. Yeah, yeah. But that's just a regular slip knot, and that's not specific to crochet. That's just a slip knot in knotting, in like if you're tying any type of knots. What I would recommend, and if I'm talking over you and you have any questions, yell at me because I have a tendency to do that. It's a bad habit of mine. So what you're going to end up doing is you're going to pull your loop a little bit close to the hook, but not real tight and snug. So you want it to be right about there so the loop can play on the hook. Okay? Now, this is something I cannot teach you, is your tensioning. However you want to tension your left hand is up to you. It's something that's you're going to play around with it and try it different ways to find out whatever works for you. Your tension when you first start out is not going to be great. It's something that's going to evolve over time. This is the way that I hold my tension. I put it over my pinky, under the next two, and over my index finger. That works for me. Other people hold it totally different. And that is just going to guide the thread or the yarn through at an even rate so it's not flopping around or it's not too tight. Let me catch up with chat. Oh, it's called Double Trouble. Double Trouble, I just looked it up and took a while to find. I'm beginning to think Thunder of Dragons was correct and they just... Oh, and they didn't use it. Oh, perhaps the UK decided to never use troubles. Could be, yes, that could be. Hey there, Fairy Dust. Hello, Dirty Hookers. Hello, Hooker and Training. Make sure your red light is turned on. All right. Anyway. So with your left hand, you're going to tension it whatever works for you. And that knot, I'm going to pinch that knot between my thumb and my middle finger. That is what works for me. Other people do it, pinch it with different fingers. I use my middle finger and my thumb. And that is going to hold that knot in place. So if you kind of have to have something to hold into place, because if you're going to start working into it, it's just going to flop and dangle. And we don't like floppy, dangly stitches. Hey there, JP. Welcome in. So I'm pinching the knot with my thumb and my middle finger, and I'm forming the triangle. I call it the magic triangle. We've got the yarn is one side of the triangle. The index finger is the next side, and your thumb is the third side. And you're going to be working in this, in the center of that triangle. Welcome in, Yadarika and Shadow Arch and Better Hope. Welcome in, everybody. So I'm going to have my magic triangle, and I'm going to use my other fingers to tighten and tension. That's something that's going to come with time and practice. With the hook now, I don't have the hook part facing up or down. I have it facing towards me. So it's kind of pointing towards my thumb or towards myself. Tatter's not streaming. No, Tatter's not streaming on her channel. It's only here on mine. Yes, it's a field trip. Tatter, you don't have to put on the red light. Tatter, you don't have to wear that dress tonight. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alrighty. So, your hook is going to pivot in different directions. That is why you're pinching there. So if not, you wouldn't have anything to support. So we're gonna learn. Yes, you can see the chat. Why you guys so nice? Why you guys so nice? Hope you guys always be in a good mood. Yeah, we're always nice here. Well, most of the time, unless certain regulars come in. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So we're going to learn the chain stitch. So we're going to put our hook into our triangle and underneath the yarn. And when we do that, the yarn is going to get caught in that hook. Again, the hook is not pointing down and not pointing up. It's flat. The hook part is parallel. So you're going to go under and grab the yarn. Okay? That's called a yarn over. So anytime you see yarn over, you're going to do this and yarn over. You're going to actually do it. It's called yarn over because the yarn goes over the hook. Now, you're going to yarn over, and we're going to pull that yarn over through the loop that's on the hook. So yarn over and pull that loop through the loop that was on the hook. Do you want me to demonstrate that again for you? I think you did it. Your son wants knuckles. Yes. Oh, wait. There. Or this. I know that was in, whose stream was that the other day? Goody Two Shoes. Good Two Shoes, yes. I think it was Good Two Shoes. That's for Yadarika's son. Hi. Barely learning felting. My son, and yes. Witchy Weaver and her son are going to do needle felting tomorrow. All right. So we're going to practice that again. I'm going to move my thumb and middle finger up onto that chain that we just made. And we're going to do another chain. Again, yarn over. Bring the yarn over through the loop that is on the hook. And that, when you go to make these, if your chains are not the same length, that's fine. That's going to come with time, and you're going to learn to make them even. So just practice doing the chain. So each time I make, and I was going a little fast because I do it automatic. It's like autopilot. Like I don't even have to look at it. But each time I'm going to move my thumb and my middle finger up, and I'm going to yarn over, bring the yarn over through the loop on the hook. If you notice that your chains right now are too tight, remember how I said if you pull on the one strand, it'll tighten it? Same thing if you pull on the hook, it will open up and make the chain bigger. So if you need to make them a little larger, feel free to do that. He's laughing and grinning ear to ear. Aww. Yes, Witchy Weaver's going to be on from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Mountain Time. So just practice a bunch of those chains. Yes. Now, the number on the hook, that is millimeters. I'm going to show this, just talk about this briefly. It's not important for tonight, but it's 5.5 millimeter or 6.5 or whatever. That is the diameter of the hook, not the hook part, but the main part of the hook. When I first learned to crochet, I thought it was the circumference. It's not the circumference. It's the diameter of that hook. So a larger hook is going to make a larger chain. A smaller hook is going to make a smaller chain. There is no right or wrong hook to use with any given size or type of yarn. You can use whatever one that you want. Some are going to be easier than others. Like, for instance, and I'm not going to try to confuse everyone too much. Let me show this real quick. So, essentially the same size yarn here. This is a medium weight yarn, and I have a 5.5 millimeter hook. This, my little duck, Welcome in, Raiders. How was that? How was your stream? Welcome in, Stitchcraft with Hal. What were you doing? What were you working on? Tell us everything. If you're new here, I am the Crafty Cub. We do fiber arts, mostly crochet. And tonight, I have a special guest. I have the traveling Tatter on, and I am attempting to teach her how to do some simple, basic crochet stitches, and maybe a gradient square when we get to, if we get to that part. Let me catch up with chat and see what's going on. Stitchcraft with House, Space Frog Invasion. I like that. Let's see here. Failing really hard at the raid call. Oh, that's okay, Hijinks. Welcome in, Hijinks. And Llama again. Oh, yes. Think Yadarika said something about, or no, Witchy Weaver said something about tight tension is a common rookie mistake. It's something you learn and feel out. Yeah. That's going to come with time. Just whatever size the test watch is, you match the hook for yourself to be able to do it in that size. Yes. Yes. I must always have to go up 1 or 2 hook sizes to match the swatch. Hey there, Bray. Welcome in. Welcome in, Hijinks. And you don't want to use a 1.5 or 1 millimeter on a 6. Yes. On a size 6 yarn. You don't want to use a 25 millimeter. I have never used a 25 millimeter hook. That's a huge hook. Stitchcraft with Hal was playing a game that just came out yesterday called Wuthering Veins. Ooh, very, very cool. You finished the table centerpiece you were working on. Very, very fun. Very cool. If you have pictures, you can put that in my Discord. We're not going to get, I think you're a part of my Discord. We're not going to do just Discord shares tonight, but tomorrow, I'm thinking about streaming tomorrow. We can show that when we get there. Again, I want to dedicate my stream tonight to help Tatter learn how to do the ways of the hook. 25 millimeter hook is the way to go. Oh, you don't have pics at the moment. You have a 25 millimeter hook? Wow. Tatter's got the big guns. I think the largest one I have is like a 10 millimeter. So, excuse me, Tatter? Heyo! Quack! You could almost hang meat with. Kids are demanding noms. Yes, go and feed the kids the noms. So, yes, welcome in. Oh, the frogging. Yes, yes. And I was actually going to suggest that. Yes, welcome in, everybody. If anybody needs to raid and run and do after stream care, go right ahead. Totally understand. So I was saying, this is a medium weight yarn, and I'm using a 5.5 millimeter hook for tonight. This yarn that I made this duck is still a medium weight yarn, but I used a 3.5 millimeter hook. It makes a tighter stitch. So you can use whatever hook you want with whatever yarn, depending on the project and depending if you need a specific gauge. And in the crochet world, gauge is kind of that word that we don't really like to do because it is a pain. Most things don't need gauge. Wearables do, because you need it to fit a certain size. If you're making a scarf, if it's a centimeter or 2 bigger, it's not a big deal. It's going to make a lot warmer. Not that important. Same thing with a blanket. But if things need to be a certain size or to fit a certain way, gauge is important. Reminds me of a pattern I'm testing out for someone. Might be doing that tonight on stream. If you can find some. Ooh, very cool. Would love to see that. It's a big hook. It's in my big hooks. My plastic. There's. Oh, Bray says it is a big hook. My mine are plastic, so they aren't hanging any. Yeah, you don't want to hang meat off of a plastic hook. All right. And Tatter was doing exactly what I was going to tell her to do. If she was sitting here next to me and I taught her the chain and she would chain 20, 30, 40, I would say, hand it to me. I'd take the hook out and I'd look at her in her eyes, and I'm not going to be mean, but I would do this. It is mean, but it's the way we learn. I would do all of this, and if Clay Miko was here, this is how I taught Clay Miko, and the look that she gave me, like she wanted to slug me. And then I said, try it again. Practice, 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 practice. So yeah, I've taught a couple people in person, and yeah, they gave me the look of death. But then they went right back to chaining. Practice is the most important. Yes. Um, you would slug me also, Bray? I doubt that. I doubt that. You're having a bad brain day. Can you show me something to remind me how to do it? Better than having to look it up. What's that, Yadarika? I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Oh, and the magic circle? Okay, you want to see the magic circle. All right. So, Tatter, you don't have to practice this. This is a little more advanced. It's not really advanced, but I would not teach. Well, you could teach this to a beginner, but all right. So, are you ready, Yadarika? So, you haven't touched your crochet in 3 years. Oh wow. Okay. Yes, you are. I had to have a heck of a time last night making one of your butterflies, Tatter. We find yes, I tuned into your stream near the end of making the butter. Yeah, you said that you were having a really difficult time making that. It was a tatted butterfly. For all right, so this is the way I do the magic circle. This is a side quest. I guess that would be the right term. I guess I'm not a gamer, but this is a side quest for Yadarika. Look at me being nerdy. Okay, so I hold the yarn in my hand this way, and I wrap it around my two fingers, my index finger and my middle finger, and I form an X. I put my thumb on the X, and I turn my hand, and I put that strand between my middle finger and my ring finger. So I have two strands. And Yadarika, if I'm going too fast, yell at me. So I have my two strands. I'm going to take my hook facing down, facing my hand, under the first strand, over the second one, and pull it through. Turn, and now the hook is facing to the sky. And now carefully, I put it onto the actual hook. Carefully put it on the hook and pinch it with my right hand. Remove my left hand. And I have this ring. You want to keep all of those together. And then I'm going to transfer the pinch to my left hand. And I'm going to chain one. And then you can work into the ring whatever you need to do. Usually, you'll do single crochets. You can do half doubles, doubles. You can do whatever stitch you want in there. But that's how you do the magic ring, and that is to form. If you're doing something in the round, doesn't mean it's a circle. Anything that you go around and around, could be a square, a triangle, any shape that you don't want to have a hole in the center. If you want a tight hole, then you can do this. I'm going to do a few of these stitches. And then you can pull that tail like a drawstring, and it'll cinch it up. Let's see here. I haven't had a day off in over 30 days. Ended up paying my neighbor to mow it, so you didn't have to bake hay. Oh wow! Oh, bale hay. That sucks. You hadn't had a day off in a month. Thank you, Black Rose, for a 5-stream streak. Let me see. That's fine. You were doing it right. You did too many. That's fine if you did too many wraps. I had a hard time in the magic circle. Now we can do it without looking up a tutorial. Still makes you a few tries. Yes. Many people like tight holes. Okay. You like what you like. Yeah, you knew that. Yeah. I used to be a pro at it, but I haven't touched my crochet hook. I crochet and then decided to randomly do micro. Wait, yeah. Well, I what? I forgot who I was talking to. You had until you hadn't crocheted in 3 years and decide, oh, let's just do micro crochet. But it's Yatarika. If you know, you know. You wrapped it 3 times. Okay, yeah. I usually do 2. I don't know if you can do 3. Um, it probably won't work because it'd probably be too many rounds trying to be cinched. Can't imagine trying to do magic circle micro. Best way to get a tight hold is pour a little loop. I need to learn not to read Fairy Dust's comments. Having to fight the micro crochet. A 3 didn't work. Okay. Alrighty, let's get back to this. So, have you been practicing your chain? I haven't been looking at your progress. So, if you think you're ready to move on to the single crochet, I'm going to show you the single crochet just to get an idea of how to do it, because that's usually the next step to do before we do the double crochet. Because if you want to do a granny square, you're going to need to learn how to do a double crochet. All right. So, before we get into all of this, my brain must be not getting his Cove obviously got it. Yeah, Bray. No. You don't need to know, Bray, about, yeah. You should know, of all people, to ignore fairy dust. All right. So, as a guideline, and I was going to say a rule of thumb, but there are no rules in art. There's just guidelines. A general guideline, if you're doing, and we're not going to do rows back and forth for granny squares, but if you're going to do, usually most stitches, when you are doing a round or another row, whatever you're going to do for the next round or row, let's say we're going to do single crochets, you're going to have something called a turning chain. That turning chain is going to give you enough height. It's going to bring the hook up high enough so the tops of your stitches are going to be at the right level. So usually, thank you for the ribbit. Usually, if you're going to do a single crochet, you're going to have a turning chain of 1. If you're going to do a half double, usually it's 2, a double, 3, etc. They are longer stitches. Well, they're not longer stitches. They basically count as a stand-in for a stitch. Sometimes they'll count as a stitch, sometimes they won't. All depends on the pattern. Reason I'm telling you this now, because when we go to work into the chain, we're going to skip our first chain. That is technically a turning chain for the row. I know it might sound confusing. I do tend to over-explain things at times. So, again, if you get confused, say, Cub, what are you talking about? So if you look at your chain, at each individual chain, it'll look like a braid or a chain. You could see there's 3 strands making each link of the chain. Do you see that? Yes. Yeah. That is why it's called a chain, because it looks like links of a chain, like a metal chain or a jewelry chain. Unlike chain and tatting. Different. So, what are you talking about, Willis? It is quite okay to ignore me. You ignore yourself. So, when you are starting a stitch or finishing a stitch, you're always going to have one loop on, well, not always, but usually you're going to have one loop on your hook. That loop usually does not count as a stitch. So you're going to start with a loop, and I always, it's just habit, and it's kind of insurance, so the work doesn't go flying off my hook. I use my index finger to hold the loop on the hook so it doesn't, like I said, fly off. We're going to skip the very first chain, and if that chain is tight, you can always loosen it up. You can always rip that chain out, which I'm going to actually take that out, and I'm going to, you can always do another one, but you're going to skip that first chain. That is going to technically be a turning chain. In the second chain from the hook, you're going to put your hook into the chain. Now, when you do this, there are different ways to put the hook into the chain. I'm going to teach you the traditional old school method. And if you look at that chain, there are 3 strands. There's going to be 2 that are a little bit closer to each other, that are a little tighter, and the one on the bottom is a little looser. I am using cotton yarn, and my yarn is untwisting and fraying, but I'm using this so you can kind of see the stitches a little better. Hopefully you can see. I know my camera is not the best. So we're going to put our hook into the chain, and when we do that, you're going to put it underneath the top 2 strands. I'm holding my chain horizontally towards the left. I'm going to put the hook into the chain, and when I put it in there, there'll be 2 strands on the top of the hook and 1 strand on the bottom of the hook. You got that? Did I confuse you? Yes. And again, you don't have to have a certain number of chains. We're not making anything. We're just practicing. Yes. 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 And in the second one, yeah, there will be 2 strands on. Wait, when you put it in, there'll be 2 strands on the top, 1 on the bottom, because each chain is made up of 3 strands. They're twisted. Yes. Yes. And when you form these stitches, and I don't know if you can, this piece here, you see those V's? That is the edge of the stitch. So you will form a V, but that's only one portion of the stitch. That's the top edge. Let me catch up with chat. Yes, yes. After hearing you say that, took me a while. Took me too long to say anything. But what did you mean? You forgot who you were talking to with me just picking up my crochet? No. You're known for doing, it wasn't anything bad. It wasn't anything bad, Yadarika. You're known for, and I admire you for this. You do, like, everything. You dive headfirst into any of the crafts that you do. You're not dancing around it. You're not dancing around the subject. You're diving right in. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. All right. So I put the hook into the chain, and remember that magic triangle. We're still doing the triangle, or if you're holding it, if you want to hold it the way you have it, like there, if that works for you, since you tat, if that is just natural for you to tension, if that works for you, go ahead and do that. Again, there's no right or wrong way. This is the way that I do it. My way might not be perfect for everybody. So we've put the hook into the chain, and now we're going to yarn over. Remember when we did the chain, we yarned over? So you're going to put the hook under the yarn and grab the yarn with the hook. And I've got it tensioned, and the hook will slide on the yarn. Now we're going to take that yarn over and bring it through the chain, just through the chain. So yarn over, and that's why my index finger on my right hand is holding the loop, that very first loop that's there. So we're going to yarn over and bring it through the chain, and now you should have 2 loops on your hook. You have 2 loops? Okay. So that's the first half of a single crochet. Now we're going to yarn over again. We're not going into the chain at this part. We're going to yarn over and bring that yarn over through both loops on the hook in one motion. The way I do it is I grab it and I rotate my hook. And when I do this, I pull it up this way. So let me show that again. So I've got 2 loops on my hook. I'm going to yarn over. And now I'm going to rotate. And I'm going to, the hook is facing the bottom of all of this stitch that I'm working in. And I'm going to pull up like that and pull it through. That is a single crochet. Did that make sense? Okay. Now you're going to go to the very next chain and do the same thing. Go into the chain. If your chains are a little tight, you might not be able to find which one to go into. Again, that's going to come with time. For this practice piece, if you skip 1 or 2 or whatever, it's not a big deal. It's more about getting the technique and not getting it perfect. Go into the next chain, yarn over, bring the yarn over through the chain. We now have 2 loops on the hook. And now yarn over again and bring the yarn over through both loops. That is a single crochet. So just practice this. If you miss one of the chains and it looks horrible, just keep going. It's the same thing you tell us when you're first tatting. If it's going to look horrible, just keep practicing. It's all about getting the technique. And my yarn has a knot in it, which is not good for teaching, but we're going to go into the chain, yarn over, bring it through, and then yarn over, bring it through the 2 on the hook. While you're working on that, let me see what Chad is saying. It was a good thing. I just couldn't figure out if I was known for anything, but you're accurate in the description. Yes. Gary's way is the wrong way. Yes, Gary's way is the wrong way no matter what it is. Everyone hold their hooks and yarn. Yes, everyone holds their hooks and the yarn a bit different. Roxanne is now on earworm. What have I done? You did it. You did it, Witchy Weaver. Put Tatter's name in place of Roxanne. Yes. So how are you managing with the single crochet? Are you kind of understanding? What was that? Yes. And even for me, working into the chain is one of the most difficult things to do. I hate working into the chain. Yeah, it's going to take practice and just trying to learn the anatomy of the chain, how it's formed, and to identify it. Reminds me of the version of it I heard where someone cut every word except for rocks. Wait, what? Oh, Roxanne. Oh, okay. Mhm. That's fine too, because there is a way of working into the chain, and you can flip the chain over, and I won't be able to do it here because I've already done mine. But if you flip it over on the back side, there'll be little bumps, little loops. That some people call them camel humps, and some people work into that, and that is great if you want your edge, the flat edge, to look really finished because it forms the V on that edge. But there is, uh huh, nope, you're not doing it wrong. We're gonna have an ad here. I am gonna take a bit of a break, and if you want to practice that while we're on our break, um, then we can resume from where we left off. Let me catch up. Hey there, Upcycly. Welcome in. How are you? I'm a work into the back bump. Yes, fairy dust is a work. Fairy dust works into the back bump. Anyway, so everybody do some self care. If you need to do self care, Tatter, also that's fine. If you want to practice with that, that is good too. Um, if it looks horrible, it's okay. Just keep going. Anyway, Witchy Weaver. All right, we will be back in about 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. So, how are we making out there, Tatter? Am I back? Can anybody hear me? Nope. Nope, you're fine. You're fine. Uh huh. And if you just want to grab the one, that's fine. Um, no. But, but working into the chain, doing it that way is difficult. Once you get that first row done, when you work into the actual single crochets, the spot where you need to go into is it's very clear. You'll be able to see exactly where you need to go. It's working into that chain that even I have some trouble doing it. Yeah, don't get frustrated. Welcome in everybody. Welcome back everybody. And I didn't even mention this beforehand. I am so sorry. Um, yes, we have a special guest is traveling Tatter. I'm teaching her how to crochet. Everybody go and follow Traveling Tatter. I gotta remember what that's, forgot my command that I made. Um, she shuttle tats. So if you want to learn anything about shuttle tatting, she is the place to go to. She is the one that inspired me to pick up tatting, both shuttle and I've learned needle tatting. Um, I've known what it was for many years, just didn't know how to do it and didn't get the concept of how to form the stitches. But after watching Tatter for a few months, it clicked for me. Hey there, Reese Cop. How are you? Welcome in. Uh, Yadarika says I might have given some not so good advice to somebody. Uh oh. What did you do, Yadarika? Comments when he said my dad gets in the chat and says, "Where's the ant?" What? Oh, they're watching the a different version of Roxanne. Okay. We all hate working into the chain. It's a sucky part, like weaving in ends, but it's necessary. Yes. Oh, Tatter's volume is low. Um, I don't. Is is Tatter's volume better, Reese? So someone who was new to tatting accidentally brought size 80 thread and unwound too much off the ball and made a tangled mat. Oh no. Oh no. So here's what I said. Lots of patience, putting it down and walking away to take a breath. Come back after taking a sip of your favorite drink. If it's alcoholic and don't get drunk, and start figuring it out again. Yeah. Mm. And it's kind of the same thing with crochet. I recommend a size 4, a medium weight yarn. Some people start with crochet thread. So, Here's the response. Untangle a bit, then take a hit. Got it. Yes. Tackle it in small amounts. So how is everybody? How is everyone? Everyone's Thursday. Yeah, today's Thursday. I forgot what day it was there for a second. They bought size 10 as well, but I told them to untangle the mess first before moving on to the size 10. No, we ran some errands. Had a drop something off at the post office, and I planted some seeds today. Had some nasturtium seeds that I needed to pot up, so that was easy to put in there. And I didn't need to water because we did have a little bit of a shower today, so that's a good thing. Just no, I don't. Maybe, maybe yes. Oh, I've grown nasturtiums in the past. Yeah, yep. And they're so easy to do. They don't transplant well, so you can't like really start them inside and then transplant them. They're best to be direct sown. But yeah, they're great. Showers are good. More people should take them. Yes, but don't bring your hook into the shower. Leave your hook out of the shower. Don't even bring it in the bathroom. That's just yeah, that's just weird. I mean, I've been in crochet groups where people have asked, how am I able to crochet in the pool or in the bathtub? Why? Why would you want to? Yay for seed planting. I need to get some spider plant babies. So, oh, I had a spider plant years and years and years and years ago. So how are we coming along? I'm not rushing you. I'm just trying to get an update and an idea of what you have. One thing I can probably show you. I might have to zoom in a little bit. All right. So I unraveled a few of my stitches because that's a thing about crochet. It's not permanent. I always say that. And my camera's so blurry. Um, so if I've frogged out 4 stitches. So if you look here, even if you haven't worked into them, usually if you take your chain, this is the end with the slip knot, and if you have that to the left, usually the bottom loops, those can show you the chain. Even if with a more fluffier yarn like you're using like an acrylic yarn, you can kind of see they kind of make little swags. They make a little arch for each chain, if you can see that. And I would go in. Oh, I gotta fix this stitch. Go in over top of that little swag, that little arch, upside down arch, and go right on top of that, and that should help you see where they where to put the hook. In this way of working the chains. And what I'm showing you here, working into the chain and doing rows back and forth, you're not going to do that with a granny square. So when we go to do a granny square, you won't have to really worry about working into the chains except one chain per round. So that's going to be a little bit more forgiving than doing a row one and then row two and back and forth. And yeah. But I wanted to show you the single crochet because it is a very common stitch. I didn't want to just like show you just one thing. Again, I'm not going to show you every stitch. I'm not even going to show you the half double or the triple, any of the other basic stitches. Exactly. Chain spaces are much easier. That's what make grannies. Yes. Yes. Witchy Weaver's correct. You don't actually work into the chain. The only time you really work into the chain is to join the round together. Farida says, all of us started out having difficulty figuring out which chain is next, or if we had already worked it. That means you're normal, Tatter. Don't tell her that. Don't tell her that she's normal. She'll never come back. Welcome in, Amanda from on Maui. How are you? Yes. We're teaching Tatter how to do the crochet thing. How are you, Amanda? Just had lunch. What did you have for lunch? We always talk about food. That's usually what happens on Makers and Crafters streams. We talk about crafts and food. Yes, welcome to the Crochet Club, Tatter. Tatter is a hooker in training. Even when I work, see, look, mine's twisted too. I'm a tight hooker, so that's fine. That's uh Amanda had lettuce with radish, tomato, canned salmon, and homemade honey mustard. Ooh, that sounds good. We're actually having salmon cakes for dinner, so kind of the same, similar type, and we're having a salad. So we're pretty much having the same thing, Amanda. Yes, this is Crafty Cub's brothel of dirty hookers. Yes, if Tatter is a hooker in training, does that make me the pimp or the madam? If it's a brothel, then I'd be the madam, I guess. It's right here. Yes, I'm the madam. Yes, tight hooker. I also crochet tightly, which is good for plushies, not showing their stuffing. Yes. Tatter, you don't have to wear the dress tonight. Yeah, it all goes back. It all goes back to that. Call the Vice Squad. Hey there, Grammy. All right. So even if you're not at the end of the chain, do you feel comfortable going to the next step? Okay. If you have extra chains, don't worry about them. Just let them there. They're gonna hang there like an appendix, like a little thing that's not needed. So ignore it. So remember when we first started this row, and I talked about the turning chain. Okay, that turning chain is going to prepare your hook for the next row. It's going to move the hook up to the right height for the stitch you're going to do coming up. So when you're working in rows back and forth, most likely, not always, but most likely, you're going to, since you're right-handed, you're going to work right to left. Always right to left. There are some patterns you could work the other way, which is kind of difficult. They're more advanced, but you're usually going to work right to left. So we need to do a turning chain, and this next row we're going to do is a single crochet. So the same stitch, but we have to prepare ourselves to do it. Some patterns will tell you to do different types of turning chains or not a turning chain at all. I'm going to teach you the guideline, the basic that a lot of crocheters have used. So we're at the very end. Even if you're not at the end of the chain, you can still do this. You're going to chain one. Remember the good old chain stitch. Chain one. You're going to keep your hook in your right hand, and you're going to take your work and you're going to flip it over. So now everything is pointing to your left. Okay? Yeah. You can move the hook, but you don't need to move the hook. So you have chained one, so that chain is right next to your hook, between your hook and that row that you just did. That chain is going to give you the height for this row that we're going to do now. So before we start, look at your stitches that you made. Now, mine are probably going to be more open because I'm using a cotton yarn. But if you can you see there's like a little spot, a little hole, a little place that's right there? That is where you're going to put your hook. Put your hook in there and just put it on the hook. And after you put it on the hook, turn your hook sideways, and you can see there's a V sitting on your hook. You see the V? Okay. Yes. Now, this is a standard single crochet. There are variations where you only go through one or the other of those loops. We're going to go through both of them. We're doing a standard single crochet. And I know my camera is like, it's all washed out with this white yarn. I should have used a different color. If you want me to do a different color yarn, let me know. I'm going to easily switch it up because I know it's kind of washed out. Would that help you? Okay. Oh, if I have something. Oh, nope, I don't have any. The orange might work. The yellow might work. Blues sometimes work. What color? Oh, the orange is not going to work. There's too much red in it. I think the blue. We usually go with the blue. I don't think you're going to have a problem with the color blue. All right. So I'm just going to do a quick little sample. I'm going to do what we just did, a row of singles into the chain. The only reason I can do it this fast, I've had practice, but it's also cotton yarn. And you kind of... Not necessarily. It's, you can see the stitches better. It's not really, not like one is easier or more difficult than the other. It's just... Exactly. Exactly. All right. So I've done my row of singles, and I'm going to chain one and turn. Pretty tatter, chain a while, pretty tatter, stitch a while, pretty tatter, give your yarn to me, pretty tatter, yeah, pretty tatter, hook my way, pretty tatter, single crochet with it. Oh, okay. Well, you know, Cub does not sing. Um, you heard it here. She did it. Wasn't me. Yes, cotton can split more depending on the cotton. Some cotton is twisted tighter than others. New earworm. A friend of mine finds cotton. Yes, cotton can be rougher on the hands depending on the, the quality and the grade of cotton, which Tatter knows about cotton threads. So some are a lot better than others. For garments, you prefer natural fibers? Yes. All right, so I've chained one and turned, and I don't know if it's going to be any better to see. Again, I have a crappy webcam. You can see it better? Okay, so I've chained one and turned. That is my turning chain. That's raising my hook up to the proper height. And now I'm going to go into the stitch, and you see the V on top of the hook. There's a V right there. And I'm going to yarn over, bring it through the stitch, two on the hook, and then yarn over, bring it through the two loops on the hook. You go to the very next one. You could see the single crochet, they're basically telling you where to put the hook. You see all those holes? That is where you're going. Working into the chain is not fun. You're going to go into each stitch, yarn over, bring it through the stitch. You will have two on the hook, yarn over, and bring it through the two that's on the hook. Yes, the chain is a foundation. It's what you can't just make a single crochet. There are other ways of starting. There's a thing called a chainless foundation where you actually do a chain and you do a single crochet into that chain, and then you do it's a little more modern way of doing it, but you can't just start with a single crochet. You need something to put it into. But yes. So what you're working on now is your second row of your quote unquote project. Amanda says, I struggled for years with finding that place to put the hook at the end of the row. Yes. Yes. When you get to the end of the row, and I'm not going to worry about it too much here, you're going to want, if you're counting your stitches, you want to make, what's that? No, 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 no. If you are counting your stitches, you want to make certain your stitch count is right for each row, depending on your pattern. So if you're doing a square, and you're doing rows back and forth like something like this, where I had 10 stitches per row, I want to make certain that I get the 10 stitches. It's easy to miss that very last stitch, because sometimes you have to work into that turning chain at the end. We're not doing any of that tonight. We're not worried about getting... Oh yeah, you had mentioned that. Okay, yeah. No, my very first piece that I ever did, a little swatch, my sister taught me, and she told me to do X amount of stitches or whatever, and I wanted to make a little square. Well, I'm doing all of this, and I had the right amount of stitches. I didn't drop any stitches or add any stitches, but in that small little square, my tension got better, and I had a trapezoid. Hmm. Amanda says my blankets that should have been rectangles would wiggle at the end. Yes. At the edges, yes. And even now, like, if anybody has been around last year when I was doing my temperature blanket, which is not done yet, I got 12 rows now that it's halfway into 2024. I only counted the first 2 rows. It's like, I don't know how many. It's for a king size bed. I wasn't going to count every row. It probably varies by maybe 4 or 5 stitches per row, so it's not going to be perfectly square, but it's a blanket. So you're not going to notice it when it's that large. So are you getting the hang of the single crochet? If you're at the end, yes. And if you can't get it perfect, that's fine. Welcome in, Moth. How are you? All right. So if you've gone to the end, I'm now going to teach you the double crochet. We're going to skip the half double. We're going to teach you the double crochet. Now, a guideline, it's not always set in stone, but a guideline I usually do is for the turning chain for a double crochet, I chain up 3. And you're probably thinking, Cub, why 3? We're doing a double. But remember, we have our single, our half double, and then our double. So a chain 1 for a single, for turning chain, 2 for the half double, 3 for the double. That's general. There are always exceptions to that. You could always do whatever you want, but that's usually what I do. So we're going to chain up 3. At the very end of our row, we're going to chain up 3. And that chain 3 is our turning chain. So it is much taller than a chain 1, obviously because there's more chains. But again, that is going to put our hook at the right height to do a row of double crochets. So we have chain 3. We're now going to turn. And now to do a double crochet. So a double crochet is the yarn over pull through 2 for the single. You're going to do that twice. So yarn over pull through 2 once is a single crochet. Yarn over, and we're going to do the pull through twice for a double. And I'll show you how to do that. We're going to yarn over our hook first. So we're just going to, without going into a stitch, you're going to yarn over. So now we have 2 loops on the hook. Our starting loop and a yarn over. So 2 on the hook. And I always put my finger on that last loop so it doesn't fall off. We're now going to go into the stitch, and it's easy to see where the stitch is because there's a square or a hole. Sometimes they're square. We're going to go into the stitch and yarn over and bring it through. And now how many loops are on your hook? Okay. Now, this is where the yarn over pull through 2 twice comes into play. So we're going to yarn over, bring the yarn over through the first 2 loops, and only the first 2 loops. Oh no. How are you, Shep? So we yarned over and pulled through the first 2, and now how many loops are on your hook? Okay, now we're going to yarn over and pull through the last 2. You have made a double crochet. So now we're going to do that again. You're going to yarn over. So yarn over without going into any work. Go into the stitch, bring it through. 3 on the hook. Yarn over through the first 2. And now yarn over through the next 2. Hey there, Positively Crafty. How are you? Welcome in. We're deemed Tatter and Cub singing a duet. There's no such thing. Oh, okay. You know what, Ship? We don't have that. But just for you, it's not just for you, but just for you, Ship, Are you ready? Cubs doing a very good job at teaching. Well, thank you. Thank you, Amanda. And this is what anybody who's new to my channel, this is what I specialize. Thank you for the yes, we should do some finger stretches. Thank you, Amanda. Because we have been crocheting for about almost an hour and a half. You're new? Yeah, you're new. You're something. Yeah. Shep, I don't know. You had posted that. You had said that in Vixen's stream earlier, and I responded at 13. I don't know what 12 means. He's been posting this in everybody's stream the past, like, day and a half. I don't know what 12 means, but the number 12. All right. So this is for Shep while we're doing finger stretches. Here we go. Quack. My quack isn't as good, but I quacked for you. Alrighty. Yes, do all the stitches, the stitches and the stretches. 12 is a number between 11 and 13. That is correct, Amanda. We're learning crochet and our numbers. Just for Shep. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. This is not planned. I got a little excited there. This is for Shep, so he's saying 12. Let me mute this. I think this is what I need. So is this what you mean by 12, Shep? Is that what you mean by 12, Shep? Oh, you didn't hear that? Oh. Oh, okay. It wasn't even for DM. I just pulled it up on on YouTube. Let's see. When you're trading hookers, I have a costume you can borrow. That is true. That is true. Grammy ETC does have a Madam costume. Anyway, you should take after Cub's example. I don't know what you're referring to there. Oh, yeah, no. You already got the free quack. The number 12 is strongly associated with the heavens, the 12 months, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 stations of the moon and the sun. The ancients recognized 12 main northern stars and 12 southern. Oh, I knew some of that. I didn't know all of that. Yes, that's what I think of also, hijinks. I mean, it's a generation thing. You had to be there. Baker's Dozen, Pointer Sisters. Was wondering. No, that was from Sesame Street. That was the animation with the pinball. Wait, fishnets. What? I don't know. I don't know what. And that's Witchy Weaver. That's not Ship. Yes, Baker's Dozen is 13. Okay. All right. So just keep practicing your double crochet. It rang a childhood bell. Yes. Actually, I saw a meme earlier today. I belong to a Gen X group on Facebook. Yes, I am a Gen Xer. And it said, Gen Xers, when they hear the number 12, and it was a visual. It was basically that song, like, written out, like, in, like, segment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or it was numbers 1 through 12, and under each one was a little ladybug. Because there was a cartoon little skit from Sesame Street called the Ladybug Picnic, and there were 12 ladybugs, and there was a song. Yeah. Yes. I love that one. So Gen Xers, when we think of the number 12, it's either one of those two songs or both. Does the costume include fishnets? No, no, Witchy Weaver. No, no. Now that you know the single, yes. Now that Tatter knows the single, she'd make loads of plushies. Well, she hasn't learned how to crochet in the round yet. Yes. Well, yes. It's using singles and then a specific type of decrease. We're not increasing and decreasing. But yes, this is all single crochets and increasing and decreasing to make amigurumis. No fishnets, but it comes with a yes. Grammy's costume does come with a red feather boa. Hey there, Supernatural Writer. A Zennial between Gen X. Some money because I remember before cell phones and computers. I also grew up a technology replica. Yes. Hey, we need to set a timer. Ship said he'll be back in 12 minutes. It's 12. Good to see friends crafting together. Yes, I'm teaching Tatter how to crochet. Remember the streetlights being Yadarika? Did we grow up in the same neighborhood? The streetlights, when the streetlights came on, this is the rule where I lived. The streetlights came on, we had to be in the yard, and then after a certain amount of time, we had to come in. No, stick to simple things that won't require too much counting. Yes, amigurumi does involve a lot of counting and tracking rows and stitches. Also, having to wear a watch to come home because things were becoming less safe. Yes. Amanda lived in the country. There weren't streetlights. That's the. And Moth says the lamp meant home because moth. So, Moth, so like during the day you couldn't go home because they're not on. Sorry, I'm sorry, Moth. That's when you had to be close to the house by the time the sun was reaching the horizon. That was for your friend. So how are we doing with the double crochet? Huh? What I'm going to show is when you get to the end, I'm going to have you do one more row of double crochet to show you where to put the stitch into a double crochet. I was the kid mostly inside. Okay, me and Yadarika grew up in the same neighborhood because we had to be home when the streetlight came on. But me and Amanda are the same person because she says she was the kid mostly reading inside anyway. That was Cobb. Right? Yadarika says either riding bikes or inside hiding and reading. Riding bikes, not riding books. Did I say books? Riding bikes or hiding inside or reading books. Yes. All right, you're at the very end, so we're going to chain up 3 again because we're going to do a row of double crochet. You're kind of like thinking forward. What are we going to do next? Usually you do that, not always. So I'm going to chain up 3 and turn. Now, if you look at your double crochet, you've got a hole at the top, and then you've got a little bit larger hole below it. Mine are going to be more exaggerated because it's cotton. It's not as fluffy as the acrylic. You're going to go into the hole at the top. These are standard double crochets. There's variations on it. There's all different variations. We're doing a basic standard double crochet. So again, yarn over. The very first hole, I mean, it's at the top of the edge, and it's the one right next to the turning chain. So yarn over. So we have 2 loops on the hook. Go in, bring up the loop, 3 on the hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. Amanda was in Florida and it was hot. Yadarika was in Idaho, so in the summer was riding bikes. Summer was anywhere between 2 to 3 months, or sometimes landed on weekends. So in the winter, I was always inside reading books because of the snow. Yes. Do do parents take their kids to the public library anymore? I mean, Yadarika probably does because she's Yadarika, which is a good thing. Okay. I mean, I haven't been to a library in decades. You see them there? Okay. I was just curious. You've taken your kids to local library? Yeah, I assume that, Yadarika, because you're all about education in general. And when you get to the end of that row, take your time. I'm going to show you one stitch. It's actually a somewhat easy stitch to do. It's such a stitch that you're going to need for granny squares. It's called the slip stitch. So I'll show you how to do that one. So went there for books for your master's degree that I graduated from last summer. Yes. Yadarika does it all. Like, not just crafts. Like, she's got a master's degree and she's all about history. And I don't think there's anything that she can't do. I think people just check out ebooks online these days. I still love the feel and smell of a book. Yes. Yes. Slip stitch is easier than the single crochet. Yes. And the slip stitch is quick. And then after I show you the slip stitch, we can try to do a granny square. And the other day in my stream, I was testing out um, different ways to do a basic traditional granny of joining the round because you're going to work in a round. And I came up with actually Mama Weissy is the one who suggested it. That's going to be the least complicated and easier to wrap your brain around. So less steps involved. They all look the same. It's just there's different ways of constructing them. I do mostly check out ebooks, but I did use my college library a lot. I also occasionally get a bug to go check out a physical book. Uh, oh wow. Hmm. Mm, they are. I did a text therapy appointment in the library recently. Oh, what is text therapy? Is 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 that like a formal type thing, or that's just going and reading on your own, or you said appointment, so I don't know if that was like a something that was set up. I had the appointment after my workout class, so I just went across the street to the library for a quiet and safe space. Gotcha. You're at the end? Okay. Even if you're not at the end, that's fine. You can stop mid row, and that's how to do different shapes and all. You can stop mid row, depending on what you want. Uh, they're probably what you're probably missing. Yeah, the turning chain. Yes, you can actually stitch into the turning chain. And what I would do is I would stitch into. There's like three there. Go into the very top one. Now, if we were counting, make certain your stitch count would be what it needs to be. But you can put your hook. Again, you're going to yarn over, put your hook into that top chain of that turning chain, and then do your stitch like normal. Mm-hmm. Yep. So yeah, that's what I would do. Is I would do a stitch into that very top chain of those three chains. Mental health coach checks in with me every couple of weeks between calls with my psychologist. So it's a quick text-based check-in. Ah, okay, very cool. That's always good to do. That's a good idea. I'm actually reading a book. I've had the book for years. I don't know why I've never opened it up. Um, it's called Oregon Trail, something Oregon Trail. It's written by a journalist who it's actually him and his brother. They actually did this. They're from like New Jersey or New England, and they purchased um a covered wagon and a team of mules in Missouri, and they are going and following the Oregon Trail as close as possible that that is still existing. Now, the Oregon Trail wasn't an exact trail; it was just a general area, and there was a network of trails. A lot of it is modern roads now, and I've only gotten into like the third chapter, so they haven't really set off on their journey. So they took however many months, they packed up what they needed and everything, and they're experiencing it like it was the 1840s. So it's kind of cool to uh, to look into that type of adventure. All right, are we ready for the slip stitch? So what I'm going to tell you to do, you die of dysentery. Hey, Paul Prince. Welcome in, Paul Prince. Yes, Tatter is doing great with this. So before, it's fine. It's fine. My first piece is crooked too. So before we do anything, take a look at it. We did 4 rows. We did 2 rows of single and 2 rows of double. You can clearly see a difference between the doubles and the singles. You can see how the doubles are taller than the singles are. All right. Do I ford the river? Yes. Do I drown? Yes. Oh, yeah, you had mentioned that. Step. Here at the home of the dirty hookers, the only thing that matters is if your hook is dirty. It's not about the size of your hook. All hooks are valid, all sizes are valid. We do not discriminate, and we don't have any bias towards different size hooks. All right, so what I'm going to show you might be a little difficult to see because it is not a tall stitch at all, but is a handy stitch to join rounds, or if you need to move your hook over to a certain spot without showing, how to explain this? Move your hook over to a certain spot without adding extra stitches and extra details. It's called the slip stitch. So I'm going to chain one and turn. So we chain one and turn like we've done for all these rows. You don't always have to chain one and turn. You can do slip stitches at any time. And that's the same thing with all of these stitches. In one row, you could do singles and then double and a single and a double. You can mix it all up. So it doesn't have to be all just one stitch. So we've chained one and turn, and we're going to go into the next stitch. We're not yarning over. No yarning over. We're going to put the hook into the stitch. We're now going to yarn over and bring it through the stitch, but we're also going to bring it through the loop on your hook, the first loop on your hook. So I usually take my left hand and pinch and hold it and bring that stitch, that yarn over, through the one loop that was on the hook. I'll show that again. We start with one loop. Going to go into the stitch and yarn over, bring the yarn over through the stitch, and we're going to continue and bring it through the loop that's on the hook. That is a slip stitch. So we're only doing the yarn over once when we go into the stitch, because with a single crochet, you go in, yarn over, bring it through, and then yarn over through the two. We're not yarning over through two. We're only bringing it through the stitch and then bringing that yarn over through the loop that was originally on the hook. That is a slip stitch. So if you make a few of those, you can see that they're very short, and they do make if you do it on an edge, that would be a great edging, because it does make a nice clean edge. That's the word. Oh, yeah, Ship saw the clip from Yadarika's stream. All the above in support to those in the actual industry. Yes. So does the slip stitch make sense to you? If you need me to demonstrate it again, I can definitely do that. Oh, even I have trouble with it sometimes. So you have learned the chain, the single, the double, and the slip stitch. With the exception of the single crochet, all of those other stitches are the stitches that you need to make a Grady square. Chains, doubles, and slips. I was paying attention to your stream, then heard a strange noise. I followed it and found my son had taken a black marker and drew all over his face and then the wall. Oh no. Oh no, Yadarika. I hope it's not a permanent marker. Yes, Witchy Weaver, Tatter made a swatch. I mean, it's the same thing when I first was tatting. I got him here. They look horrible. They look horrible, but practice. Yep. No, Tatter's doing great with this. I kind of Hey there, knitter girl. Welcome in. Welcome in. I am teaching Tatter how to do the crochet, and she is doing great at it. So when you get that row done, if you want to keep this as your first little sample, you can do that. You can cut. I'll show you how to cut it off to finish off the end, and then we can move on to the granny square. Whenever you're ready. And we're not weaving in ends. We can weave in ends with the granny square. We're not going to weave in ends on this. And weaving in ends in crochet is a lot easier than with tatting. A lot easier. And oh, I don't. Do you have a? And if you don't have one, it's fine. Do you have a needle large enough for the yarn to fit into, like a yarn needle? If not, okay, you do. Okay. Amanda says Tatter's also one who will stop what she's doing and teach you how to do a tatting technique on our stream. That is true. So if anybody is interested in shuttle tatting, go and follow the traveling tatter. Let me shout her out again. Actually, I'm just going to do this. We're not going to actually do an actual shout out with clips. Um, it, that's okay. I mean, you're only going to need it at the very end of the square. So, yeah. That's just the weave in ends when you're done. And it's only two ends. Uh, Instead of wear that dress tonight, it should be make that dress tonight since we're crochet hooking. Yes. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Tatter. Moth is now following you. That's what you should do. Thank you, Moth. Also, while we're talking about Tatter and her stream, it's been coming up in the chat periodically. Tatter has a shop. So if you go to that link, and if you are interested in purchasing tatting supplies, and she also has merch, go over there and check that out. She's got some wonderful, wonderful things over there. Some beautiful threads and tatting shuttles and all good stuff. So it exactly. But if you want to support a small business and a great person and a great friend, go over there and buy your stuff from her. I got my tatting supplies there, and I pointed someone to the shop yesterday as they're interested in learning. Very cool, Amanda. Yadarika said, "Kid washed the wall. Walls are washed off, and the floor is washed off. Apparently, I missed him coloring on the floor. You have a budding artist. I mean, he is your son, so." All right. So if we're ready to finish this this swatch, The easiest way to finish is you're going to do a chain. You're going to chain one, and leave the hook in your chain. And then I got to find my scissors. If you have your scissors close at hand, you're going to leave a couple inches, doesn't matter how long. Clip your yarn. And now you can do this with laying on your desk. You're going to take the hook and pull the hook. Don't worry about the tail. Just pull the hook right through. Just pull your hook. You've already chained one. Pull your hook. And now what you're going to do is you're going to take your work and that tail that you pulled through and just pull and cinch it up. And that is secure. And now at a later date or whenever, you can take your yarn needle and weave that in. And you can finish it off whenever. You don't have to finish it off now. But you have made a sample of crochet. You're a hooker. Yes, you have now graduated up in the ranks of the hookerdom. That's just a word I just made up. Passing out Tatter's business card to people who are wanting to learn. Oh, very cool, Yadarika. That is great. Yes, definitely get the word out for Tatter. It's been great. Doing the tatting things. It's a worldwide knit in public day. Is there a worldwide crochet in public day or tat in public? Let's look into that. My oldest was like 3 or 4. He once dumped 5 dozen eggs on the kitchen floor. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, 5 dozen eggs. There's one. You should make one. She's almost out of the stack of cards. She needs a bigger stack for your next order. You should. Chip says to Yadarika, you should have him stream him doing his crafts. Yeah, writing on the walls and furniture. Don't encourage that, Ship. House is a wreck. I have not. I know think there might be an international or a national crochet day. I think it's in September. Maybe. I know a few months ago I was in Kel's Bell stream and she had mentioned something about doing maybe a raid train event in September about it, and had asked if I wanted to be a part of it. So I think there is a international crochet day, but I don't know about a crochet in public day. I could be wrong. Maybe. Let's see. Catch up with chat. I think there should be some kind of con where you have fishermen, crocheters, and prostitutes all hang out and call it Hooker Con. And that's coming from Witchy Weaver. Yeah. Why don't you organize that? Let him decorate the house the way he likes. Looks like Tatter crochet. Yes, Tatter did a longer sample. I didn't need to do that much because I was demonstrating. It's not about size, Ship. You were fixated on how much somebody crochets and how big someone's hooks are. All right. Are you ready to embark on a granny square? Only if you want to. It's up to you. It might not. I don't know. It's up to you. You've already learned the stitches, so it's just a matter of where to put them and counting. And if you can count to 3, you got it. Okay. Um, we've got an ad coming up. I'm going to take another ad break, and I need to take a bio break. So when we get back from that, we can um, jump right into the granny square, if that's okay. All right. Tatter, one thing, do not respond to Ship's question. Uh, it's the motion of the ocean. Wait, what? What do you mean the motion of the ocean? I don't know what. I am confused. All right, we will be back in about 3 minutes. Everybody, do some self care, and we will see you when we return. Welcome back, everybody. Alrighty, hopefully everybody did some self-care. Let me catch up with chat. She's bored. Wait, who's bored? No, I don't keep saying something about the number 12. You're confused. You're very confused, Shep. Put some bread to proof. Ooh, homemade bread. Yum. Why am I so slow? It's your imagination, Chip. Can become breadcrumbs, yes. Or croutons. Ooh. Okay, now I'm hungry. All right. I know Grammy ETC, she did, well, it really wasn't croutons. She used to make her own stuffing for Thanksgiving. She would, that's how she used to do. Yeah. She would take bread and then cube it up and let it get stale. And then, so kind of the same thing, I guess. Never. No, never. I have foster kittens. Self-care is not a thing. When cuddles are demanded. Okay. Alrighty. So, are we ready for a great... Oh, I have also... Grammy ETC told me, Tatter, once you complete your first granny square, you will be awarded your red feather boa in the brothel. She did. She actually said that. I'm not making it up. I guess it's kind of like karate. Different color belts, you advance further up in the ranks. So I guess it's the same type of thing, I'm assuming. So I guess red is the first one. I don't know. Make my own, though. I put mine in the oven to dry. Yes. Yeah, you can put it in the oven to dry it out. All right, so we're going... I have to fix my yarn because I have a knot in it. And it's to be worn proudly, Grammy ETC says. Where's your boa? You weren't initiated into this brothel. Maybe in different brothels, it's a different initiation process, so I don't know. Got to keep reminding myself this is on the internet and there's going to be a VOD, but... All right, so we're going to start over. We're going to do the slip knot. Do you remember how to do the slip knot? I'm going to show you another way of doing it. It's going to form it the same way, but I'm going to do it in my hand. And I'm going to go slow. So I'm going to form the P. This way you don't have to constantly pick it up. So I'm going to form the P, but I'm going to wrap it around my fingers. So there's the P. And I'm going to bring that loop behind here. And we form the pretzel. However you can make it. There's different ways of forming a slip knot. And then I'm going to put the hook in the same way to form it. So if you need to lay it down like I showed you the first way, go right ahead. Was I going too fast? Witchy Weaver's friend came over to drop off cake topper for my son, and she was wearing a t-shirt that says "Silence is golden." Silence isn't golden, it's suspicious, mom life. Okay. So, we're going to let me zoom out, because this one I need to zoom out on. So we've got our end, and we're going to form the P for pretzel. And then the part that crossed over, we're going to take that and bring it over, going around again, but we're going to lift up the loop of the P and put it right like that. Let's do this one. We're going to have this. We're going to form the P. And then we're going to take this part here is going to the ball. We're going to take that, and then we're going to lift up the loop of the P and put it down on top of that loop, on top of that strand. Yeah, lift the loop. There you go. And then go from the right into the middle. And then with your left hand, hold both strands, the cut end and the ball end. And then you're going to hold the hook and you're going to separate your hands. So yeah, go under the strand. Yep. Now hold in your left hand both strands, both the cut end and the end going to the ball. You want to let's start over. Just change. Yeah. Yes. Witchy Weaver. I'm showing her to do a slip knot. Never got initiated into a brothel. No, this is not the magic ring. This is a slip knot. I think perhaps dragons are meant to be in dungeons. Yeah. Hey. Yes. That's a different. Tatter, you couldn't hear that. That was Slow Hand by the Pointer Sisters. Okay. Just chain forward. Never see the pretzel. That's my way of teaching it. Reminds me of Big Daddy. Loop, swoop, and pull. I never saw Big Daddy. What was that? There's different ways of put the hook in, pull one end. Does it get tight? Pull the other end. Yep, you did it. There's different ways of doing it. I try to lay it out, and hard part is all right. Pretty shoes we use slip knots and tatting. Do you do you, do you use? That's the flip. That's all right. So we're gonna do the same thing. Have a slip knot, not too tight, not too loose, and we're gonna chain 4. So count your chains. So just 1, 2, and make them decent size. Again, if they're not exactly the same, it's not going to make a difference because they're actually going to be hidden. So you're not really going to see too much. Slipknot, thought you were doing a magic ring. No. I'm teaching her a traditional granny, and the center of a traditional granny, I personally like to have open because the rest of the traditional granny are full of holes. I don't like, and this is just my preference. The hole, I don't like it to be cinched in. Now, if I'm doing other types of granny squares or anything else in the round, that's different. Hard part is selective mutism. So he's quiet a lot, even if he doesn't do anything suspicious. Yeah. All right, so you have 4 chains. Okay. You're going to lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Witchy Weaver. So we have 4 chains. Now, we're going to go and skip all of the chains except the very first one we made. So let's zoom in. So you're going to skip the first 3 chains, and you're going to focus on the chain closest to the slip knot. You're now going to do a slip stitch into that chain. So remember the slip stitch. You're going to go into the chain, yarn over, and this is where, if you notice my left hand, I'm doing the pinch on that slip knot. So I got the pinch on the slip knot, going to go into that chain, yarn over, bring it through the chain, and then bring that same yarn over through the loop that's already on the hook. You want me to walk you through that again? So go in, yarn over, bring it through, and then bring it through the loop that's on the hook. And then once you do that, the hook, pull your hook and make a really big loop. I'm showing this so it doesn't come undone. Make a really big loop. You can take the hook out right for a second. So now you have that big loop. The beauty about crochet is if you're done with your project for a period of time, make a big loop, take your hook out, it's not going to come undone. So what you have formed is you have formed a ring. So you made 4 chains in a ring. We have just slip stitched into the first chain, so we have made a circle. We are not going to stitch into those chains to do the rest of it. So you can tighten up your slip knot or your loop on your hook, and you've got your ring there. Now my chain here, this chain, mine's a bad example. My chain is really big and floppy, so you have to ignore that. Yours is probably not going to look like that, but you've got a loop. So after we have made a loop, we're going to chain up 3 now. Okay? No. Okay. You can turn it so your tail is hanging towards your desk, so it's hanging down. Your threads of the ball should be to the left. Your hook in the right. Okay. So you have your ring that's in the pinch in between your thumb and your whatever finger you're going to use. And then we're going to chain up 3. 1, 2, 3. You can chain 2 if you want, but I'm going to do 3 just to teach you. That can change personal preference. Okay, that chain of 3 counts as a double crochet. So that's going to count as 1. Now we're going to do 2 more double crochets, but we're going to go into the ring. So what we're going to do is you're going to yarn over and into the ring, not into the actual chain, but into that hole that we made. Go in, bring up a loop, 3 loops on your hook, the hole in the center of the ring, yes. Okay, yarn over and bring it through. Okay, now you have 3 loops on the hook, right? Yarn over through 2. And then yarn over and through 2 again. Now, you're going around those chains. One thing I'm going to show you, and I'm going to open this up. You don't have to make your loop large. But that chain, that stitch, that double crochet, it can move around that ring. So as we add more to this ring, we're going to be doing that. We're going to push things around to get more room. So keep that in mind. You don't have to do it right now, but in the future we'll do it. Put the phone down. One of the foster kids tried to attack Cubs. One of the foster kids tried to attack Cubs yard through your screen. You can attack it. You're not going to damage it. It's cotton. So I'm a little high, and I read questions about crocodiles. Yes, questions about crocodiles. Welcome in, Bard Girl, and Eduhuman. She was a well-behaved student, much better than... No, you did fine, Eduhuman. You did fine. She's also had experience with fiber arts. Guess you just printed out another tatting project. Uh-oh, Amanda's been busy. Only 2, but you have 2 more in the wing. Wow. A tatted heart. Oh, very cool. Is it from Handy Hands? I think I've done that one, or I've attempted that one. All right, so we have done a chain 3, which counts as a double, and an actual double crochet. We're going to do 1 more double crochet. So yarn over, go into the ring, bring up yarn over and bring it up through the ring. So now we have 3 on the hook. If you need to start over, you can always go back to that very first loop. I'm going to need some badass silver nails. I have really bad fingernails. They're not really good for stream. Sorry, everybody. So, um, so I don't know where, I'm trying to see where you're at. So you've got, how many loops do you have in your hook right now? Okay. Oh, you did? Okay, so now, okay, you're ahead of me. Okay. So now you have a cluster of 3, right? You've got the chain 3 and then 2 doubles, right? You think so? Okay. Can you get it a little closer to your camera so I can look real quick? Okay, yes, you did it. You did it right. Okay, this is where I'm going to show you. Take the hook and make a really big loop. So make the loop maybe a couple inches. Okay, take the hook out. Set the hook down. And now you're going to grab the ring with one hand and your stitches with the other. And you're going to hold the hook, the loop, firmly. And you're going to take those stitches, the base of the stitches, and you're going to push them over to the right. So you're going to cinch them all the way over so they're in a group. So you're not going to pull any of the yarn going to the ball. You're going to hold the ring, and then with your other hand, you're going to grab those stitches that you made and push them all over to the side. So they're all lined up there, up against that chain. That might make it a little easier. When we do more, it'll actually make more sense as we're working. All right. Takes me a whole evening to do mine. Oh, they're talking about nails. Okay. So you could if you're ready, you can put your hook back into the loop and cinch it up. So pull the yarn that's going to the ball. So those 3 there that we did, even though it doesn't look like that you did 3, you did 3. That is a granny cluster. And that is going to form the side of our square. We're now going to chain 2. 1, 2. Those 2 chains is actually the corner. Doesn't look like the corner right now, but those 2 chains is the corner of our square. Now, into that ring again, we're now going to do 3 double crochets. So yarn over, go into the ring, bring up yarn, and then yarn over and bring it through. We have 3 on the loop, on the hook, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And then you're going to do that 2 more times. And at this point, you're going to be running out of room. So again, you can move that cluster of 3 over. You're going to, because they're wrapped around that ring. They're just being, that ring is acting almost like a drawstring, kind of. They're going through those stitches. So you can move those stitches freely on that ring. And that is side number 2. So you've done 3. If you're not certain, okay. If you're not certain, you can always frog back, that means rip out, back to where you are certain that you did the correct. Yes. Yes. Okay. You see it? Now you're going to chain 2. That chain 2 is another corner. And now we're going to put into that center ring 3 more double crochets. A granny cluster is always, well, usually 3 double crochets next to each other in a row. That is the granny stitch. And there's variations of it. You can do granny stitch in rows where you flip like we were doing before. You can do all different variations of it. But this is the good old-fashioned granny square and the granny stitch. So once you do those 3, that is now the 3rd side of our square. So after you get those 3, now you're going to chain 2 again. That is another corner. And after the chain 2, into the center of the center ring, 3 more doubles. Okay? So you should have, we're going to start back from the beginning. I'm just going to recap. You should have 3 doubles. That chain 3 that we started with counts as a double. So we have 3 doubles. That's one side. 2 chains is a corner. 3 more doubles. That's another side. 2 chains. That's another corner. 3 doubles. The 3rd side. 2 chains. The 3rd corner. 3 more doubles. That's the 4th side. And all that's left is 1 corner. Now, if yours doesn't look like a square right now, we're going to get it to a square. This is the part that I would recommend making that loop really big and rearranging those little groups into a square shape. So remember, the chain 2 spaces are your corners, so you can easily identify those because they're going to be a larger hole. And if you make those corners where a corner should be, you can move all the stitches around on that center ring. Yes, the larger spaces. Yes. But again, I am using cotton yarn, which isn't as fluffy as your acrylic. And I'm doing that just for demonstration purposes. Okay? So once you get, and it doesn't have to be perfect right now, when we add another round to it, it will help even it out, because where the stitches go will help form it. Okay, so we have 1 more corner, so we have to chain 2. And after we chain 2, we're going to do a slip stitch to join. And now where we're going to do the slip stitch is, if you see that very first one that we made, that was a chain 3. Remember when we started this round? We chained up 3. That counts as a double crochet. So at the very top of that chain 3, so the very top chain, you're going to go into that top chain as best you can. And if you only pick up 1 strand, that's okay for now. Normally you would go between 2 on the top and 1 on the bottom like you normally would. well, not normally would, like I've shown you before. But if you don't get it perfect, don't worry about it. So you're going to go in there, and then we're going to slip stitch. So slip stitch again is you're going to yarn over and bring the yarn over through the stitch, and then also through the loop on the hook. All right, Amanda, thank you for popping in. You have a good evening. Hey there, Chaos. Kifra, I think that's how you say your name. Yes, Granny Squares. Yes, I am. This is the Traveling Tatter is a guest on my stream, and I'm teaching her how to crochet and to do a granny square. If you're not following Traveling Tatter, go and follow her. I'm gonna pop up the link again. She shuttle tats here on Twitch. Oh, thank you, Knitter Girl. So you have slip stitch, correct? So you have made one round of a granny square. It might not look like it, but you have. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do the next round. So the next round, to start, we're going to chain up 3. There are different ways of doing this. This is the easiest way that I can think of to show you. So we've chained up 3. That counts as... Wait a minute. Let me see if I did this right. Give me 1 second. Hold on a second. I went over this Tuesday night because there's so many different ways of joining. Get me in my head. I'm trying to figure that. Actually, no. I taught you wrong, but this is a good learning experience. So we're going to take the hook out and we're going to frog out those chains. We're going to frog out that slip stitch to join. And we're going to frog out that corner. So go back till we have this. Trying to think, okay. Got to remember how Mama Weissy was explaining it. Sorry. Because I do it different ways, but I want to try to make it easiest way without extra things. I should have wrote this down. Okay, so you can still use granny squares that size. I know somebody. Yes, you can still make. You can just do a granny square one around like this. Okay, bear with me 1 second. So I gotta go up, do that. Okay. Actually, I actually taught you right. Okay. Chain 2. We're gonna do that. It's good practice. Good practice. Chain 2 for the corner, and then slip stitch into the top of that chain to join. And again, oh, thank you for the hydrate, Thunder of Dragons. And if anybody else needs to hydrate, that's a good time to do that. Okay. So I have slip stitch to join. And if you're ready for the next part, you're going to chain up 3. So we've chained 3. Now, one thing I have to mention, these granny clusters, they are going to form the sides of your square. The chain 2 are the corners. Some people, when they have a granny cluster here and a granny cluster here, they put a chain in between. I don't do that. I don't do it. It makes a tighter, cleaner looking square. So I'm going to teach you my way, but keep in mind you can always add a chain in between if that's what you want. So I've chained up 3, and I'm going to skip now all of these stitches, those 3 stitches, and I'm going to go to this corner. to the corner on your left. You can find that first corner space. Also depends on the pattern. If you add a chain, yes. So in this corner space, we're now going to put in 3 double crochets. So go into the corner, into that large hole, into that space. We're not going into a chain. We're going into the hole. You're going to put in 3 doubles into that hole. So after we have 3 doubles, when you get there, we have now come to a corner. So anytime we come to an actual corner, we're going to do 2 doubles. Not 2 doubles, 2 chains. Different patterns of squares will have different amounts of chains. Sometimes you'll only have 1, sometimes you'll have 3. But a traditional one usually has 2 chains for each corner. Again, there's variations on all of it because it's art. There is not, again, no rules, just guidelines. So we've chained 2, that is a corner, and into that same space that we worked in, the same space there, we're going to put in 3 more double crochets. In the same one that you did the previous 3 doubles. We have a corner now. Now, when does Tatter pick up making amigurumi? No, 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 no. All right, now we're going to jump over to the next corner. Because in granny squares, we're not working into the double crochet stitches. We're working into the space. So we're not working into the stitches. We're not working into the chain. We're working into the large holes. So in the next corner, we do 3 more doubles. You just finished the 3 doubles. I don't chain in between my granny clusters. So my example here, yes. So my example here is I've got a granny cluster here and a granny cluster here. I usually don't put a chain in between. Some patterns and some people do put 1 chain. I usually don't. Again, depending on the pattern. So your granny clusters are forming the sides. The chain 2 forms your corner. So after you get your first granny cluster, we're now at a corner, and then you're not there yet. Hey there, Spy Guy. When do I get a tattoo? I can have the same type of tattoo that she does. Temporary, yeah. Welcome in, Spy Guy. How are you? Yep, you can always frog it out back to where you're confident that it's fine, and then redo it. That is the beauty about crochet, that A, it's not permanent, and it's easy to fix your stitch. It's not like knitting, where you drop a stitch, you can fix it, but there's some work involved. And it's not like tatting, if you mess up a stitch, that it can take some time to unpick. This works out real quick. And there's nothing wrong with knitting and tatting, of course. And just that's just different. Yep. And this is good practice. If you're messing up, just rip it out, put it back in. Rip it out, put it back in. Hey there, Supreme. Welcome in. It's easier to restart than tatting. Yes, very much easier to start. That wasn't even proper English. Yes, it is a lot easier to restart. How are you, Supreme? How was your day? I was lurking in a bunch of different streams on and off, and I saw you were in some of them, and you were getting some. I think you had mentioned in I don't know whose stream it was that you were getting some chores done. But yeah, Tatter is getting the hang of this. Definitely getting the concept and the idea. Okay, so you got the three. We're at a corner now, and we're going to chain two because a corner is two chains, and in that same space that we worked those double crochets, we're going to put in three more doubles. Getting better at unpicking tatting. Yes, that takes some time and some practice to learn how to unpick. I was in a few until noon, then fell asleep. Nothing wrong with that. Naps are great. Napping is like my favorite thing in the world to do. Yeah, I mean, I like it more than crochet. Believe it or not, I'm not going to be streaming me sleeping. There are people that do that. I'm like, no, that's weird. That's weird. No, I mean, that's saying a lot coming from me because I'm weird. Okay, so you have finished your corner. So you had your granny cluster, your chain two, and your granny cluster all in that hole. Now we're going to do the same thing in the next corner. I'm going to try to make my trying to. I think where your left thumb is the corner. Yes, 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 yes. Yep. So into that space again, you're going to do three doubles, three doubles, then two chains and three doubles. We'll have to start calling you the traveling crocheter or the tattling crocheter or the tattling. No, you've done is looking really good. Believe it or not, you're getting it. You might not think you're getting it, but you're getting it. Yes. And you're also using a different type of yarn where mine is going to look, yes, I've experience, but the yarn is going to drape differently. So it is going to look a little different. Even when I work with acrylic and I'm doing a granny square, um, if Tatter, the Tatter, if she is on a seesaw while sipping tea, is she a teetotaling, teeter-tottering tatter? Totally. You did a granny. Wait, are you in the? Wait, are you in the corner? Are you? Did you do a granny cluster, chain two, granny cluster? That is a corner. Let me. I'm gonna make my screen a little larger. If you hold it flat, uh, okay, okay. If you want, you can frog it out. I had to make the screen a little larger so I can see. Yes, Amanda's correct. Yes, fingy stretches. We're gonna take a little bit of a break if you want to frog it out and get things set, and then at least you got this. You know how to make the stitch. It's where to put it and to form it. That's all in the same. Yeah, all in the same hole. All in the same. Yes, yes. Those holes are formed um, in the corners for this one. That's not always true because when we get bigger, they're going to be not just in the corners but on the sides also. But we're not there yet. But that's how a corner is formed. Corner is a granny cluster, chain two, and a granny cluster. No, take your time. Nope, you're fine. Methinks I need to find a way to chain up my son so I can stop him from his shenanigans. Yes. Last time my kids found bubble wrap and duct tape, it was not a good day. Ooh. Hopefully it wasn't wrapped around anything fragile and they broke it. Okay. I think you're Yeah, I think you've needed one more. One more for the cluster. We're going right into the next corner. So the next Yes. Now, in this one, we are going to do a granny cluster, so do 3 doubles. I'm guessing wrapped a kid or two. Section, and of course, not needing testing. A knitter girl's kitty is looking at her. Aw. And wait, in what way? So we know how cats can be. They tried to wrap the dog and the cat. Well, they didn't want the cat and the dog to break. I mean, protecting them. So you have three doubles that you just did. Okay. We're now going to chain 2 because the chain 2 actually forms the corner. And we're only going to do 2 because we're now at the beginning, and when we started this round, we chained up 3. That chain 3 counts as the first double in our granny cluster. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Lay it flat. Oh, yeah, you do have one more corner. Okay. Okay. Nope. You're fine. So, yes. In that, where you're at, yes, you do the 3. Knitter Girl's kitty wants treats. Did Yadarika's kids get any stitches for the kids? You would think maybe bites and scratches. My dog just laid there and took it. Yeah, cat not so much. Yeah, cats cats aren't usually going to do that. Dirty Hooker working more corners than they should. Yes, and Spy Guy Tatter is a brand new hooker. She has been inducted into the brothel. Yes. If you close the round in the corner, you can see less. Yeah. There's different ways of closing it. I'm trying to I wanted to find a way that has the least amount of um slip stitches and extra. There's a way to close to join it with a half double crochet. I didn't want it to be too complicated. I wanted it to be as easy as possible. The cat just ran and hid. No stitches for the kid. Madam Cobb has a certain ring to it. Yes, I am the madam. Hijinks is a 30-year-old hooker. Yes, she welcomes you, Tatter. She's a professional hooker. Okay. Yes, correct. only 2 more, because when we started the round, the chain 3 counted as a double crochet, and that will be where we're going to join. Hey there, Loof and Poofed. Spreading the craft again. Yes, we're spreading the we're spreading something. Hey there, Gary. Welcome in. Watching Tornado West, but west of no. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get close to you, and hopefully it doesn't do any damage, or very little damage, and hopefully no injuries. All right, so you did the 2. You did the 2. And now we're going to slip stitch into the top of that chain 3. Remember when we started, we did a chain 3? So the very top of it, we're going to go and put the hook into the chain. Anywhere near the top is fine. Go in and remember the slip stitch. The slip stitches go in, yarn over, bring it through the stitch, and also through the loop that's on the chain. Let me make this larger. Guess what, Tatter? You made a granny square. I mean, the first round was technically a granny square. You made a 2-round granny square. You can make it as big as you want. Okay? So you can see here in the center, I'm going to show you one thing. Yes. You can make it as big as you want, as small as you want. You determine what size. Now, if you see here, this is round 1. The cluster, so on the side, remember the clusters are on the sides. So I'm going to cover up this. There is 1 cluster here on that side for this round. So that's round 1. This round on the side has 2 clusters. So the number of clusters on the side is the number of the round that you're on. So if you wanted to make it bigger, which we don't have to do tonight, you're going to do the same thing. But I'm going to show you this. And again, if you don't want to do this, that's fine. I'm going to chain up 3. I'm going to skip all of this cluster, and I'm going to work into the corner like we did before. So I'm going to put in my 3 double crochets, and we're on a corner, and you'll notice that before we do that part, there'll be holes here. They're going to alternate. So you're going to have, if you go down the line, let's say if there was more, you'd have a hole, a cluster, a hole, a cluster, a hole, a cluster. That works for all of them. And diagonally, you'll have the center hole, and then these are the corner holes. They're going to go in a diagonal. If that makes any sense. Okay? So I'm at a corner, so I'm going to do my corner as normal. And I'll show you how we're going to do the side. Because we're on... In most patterns, there are variations where you will change it depending on the pattern. But if you're just strictly doing a traditional granny square, this is usually how it is. Sometimes a traditional granny square, they'll tell you to chain 3 or 2. But you're usually going to keep it consistent. Same thing if in between your granny clusters on the sides, some people put a chain 1. I don't do that. It makes a little bit tighter, neater, cleaner look. It's personal preference. So for round 1 on the side, there's only 1 granny square per side. Granny cluster. Round 2, there's 2. So round 3, each side you're going to have 3 granny clusters. So yes. So to do that, give me 1 second to snooze this ad. So to do that, we've done 1 in the corner. And we know that we're going to have another one on this corner, because the corner is a cluster, a chain 2, and a cluster. But we need one in the middle, because again, that side has to have 3. So we're going to go and do our cluster in that space in between those two clusters from the previous row. Oops, it would help if I do a double crochet. And you're working in the spaces, you're not working into an actual chain. So now we've come to this, which is a corner, and the corner again is a granny cluster. Chain 2 and a granny cluster. Okay, I'm at yes. Yes. So like these here, if all of these stitches were like that, they're bunched up. Well, that's not a corner, so I need to, and that's why in the very beginning I do that to kind of to set it into play, almost like blocking. You kind of get it into where you want it, and then everything else will fall into place. That's fine. So, oh, I didn't even, okay. So I made the corner. I should have been explaining this. Made the corner, so I'm at the side, and I need a cluster here. So I'm going to go in between those two clusters into that space and do another cluster. A cluster goes into the space. I'm at the corner again. Granny has a growth. Granny has a goiter. And that is how we do it. Oh, I got to catch up with chat. What has been going on? Yeah, you get the idea. I was just going to catch up with chat. Hooker 20 years welcomes you. People jumping off. People going to get my bag ready. Oh yes, take care, Gary. If oh, he's already left because the storm's coming. Some people make entire Afghans that are just one giant granny square. Yes. Yes. Yep. You keep going. You keep going. Um, okay. The hexagon. The hexagon is essentially this, but instead of 4 clusters in the first round, you're doing 6 because it's a hexagon. Yeah. You can do the same thing with almost any shape. You can do this with 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, you get to a certain point, it's kind of difficult to get all those stitches in that area. The more that you do, you're probably going to have a bigger starting chain. Remember how we chain 4 as our first ring? You'd be to a little bit bigger one, so all those stitches can fit in there. Made a queen size granny square blanket. Oh, very nice. There's a variation, which I'm not going to confuse you, but there's variation stitches where you actually make extended stitches, which that's more intermediate to expert level. And it can be a granny, but you can add dimension and texture to it. So it's just not all flat. It actually has texture. So you were going to say something? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. We're going to have an ad here in a minute. I'm not taking a bio break, so we'll be here working through it. So everybody, if you need to do some self-care at this time, we will be here. Yeah, you're definitely getting the hang of it. You're getting the idea of how it's... Oh, okay. And I should wait till we come back from ad, but I messed up on this round. And I will show you my mess up. So when I first started it, I went right over to the corner. This hole is way too big. I should have done my first one here. Because now I've got 2 clusters, and I can't really put another cluster in. So I made a mistake. But you can always... I don't know if that makes sense. So I need a cluster here. So there'll be a cluster here and one here, but it needs one in the middle because we're on the 3rd round, and I don't have... Yeah, I didn't... Yeah, my chain was, yeah, too big. Yes, you can change it. You can change your color anywhere, but we're not going to get into changing color. Yep. So I'm just frogging out that round. Ships it, that cub. It's a mistake. All right. Okay. Because I normally don't join my granny squares this way. I join them a different way, which I'm ignoring ship. And I actually, you know what? If you want, I can show you how I join my squares, and I can wait until we get back from the ad. You have to fiddle with it. You have to start at the right color change, and you have to get the right gauge. And that's another thing. Everybody's gauge is different. So if I have this yarn and this hook, and I measure it. So where is my tape measure? So if I took this yarn and this same hook, and mine is measured at 3 inches. If you take this yarn and this same hook, yours might not be 3 inches. It might be an eighth of an inch smaller or an eighth of an inch bigger, because everybody has different tension. So with that granny square yarn, you gotta have to play with it. I've never used it before. I don't know if anybody can hear me or hear us. Oh yeah, we're still an ad. The next step would be color change. You can use conductive thread in a project to power and light up LEDs. Yes. Tape measure, but I thought any good hooker will tell you size doesn't matter. I just read that. Wow, 3 inches. It's cold in the pool. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we should be back. Welcome back, everybody. Now, if you want glow in the dark, crocheted undies, find someone else. It ain't happening. You can crochet around... Yes, you can crochet around lights. Yes. Okay. So, what I'm going to show how I normally... And this is the way I was taught originally how to start my round. So, I joined, and then what I was always taught to start my round in a corner. Amanda, Amanda, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. I don't know how well you know Ship. No. Whatever he says, say no. And we learned the other day, don't let him lure you in with craft supplies. Because his goal is to lure people in to get you to work in a sweatshop making underwear. And it's weird. So no. Any hooker worth the name gets paid up front? No. You act like you're some crazy weirdo. I'm not acting. This is not an act. Stitch crap by how? Don't do it. Underwear sweatshop? Yeah. Anyway, so as I was saying, the way I was first learned is to start the round in a corner. Now, so I've joined, but I need to get my hook over here. So how do I do that? Well, we have, stop telling people that. You told it yourself. So I need to get my hook over to the corner, and to do that, you could use a slip stitch. So I've got 3 stitches here. So I'm going to slip stitch into each of these double crochets. So there's a slip stitch there. And each time you do a slip stitch, you're moving one closer over. So you're inching your way over to where the hook needs to be. And now I'm going to slip stitch into the corner. And now I can start my round. This is the way that I was taught originally. So I'm going to chain up 3. That counts as a double crochet. And then we're going to put in 2 more, just like we've done before. It's exactly the same. And then chain 2, because it's a corner. And then 3 double crochets. And you could continue like that all the way around. And then when you get back over to here, you'd slip stitch to join here, to join it, and then slip stitch over to the corner. That's another way of doing it. I was just trying to come up with, I needed another double crochet there. I was trying to show you a way without that many slip stitches. So there's variations. Mm-hmm. Very, very, very little. It's not noticeable. No, no, it's not that noticeable. Um, you start in the corner. Yes, her square is looking good. You're recruiting employees. Don't sign up for that. I've heard the benefits package sucks. A good hooker always starts on the corner. Yes, a good hooker always starts on the corner. But you start with 5 chains. Actually, Ship, you had just missed him. He was in here, but there were storms in his area, so he left. Word on the street. Yes. Word on the street is Ship doesn't even offer dental. Yeah. We're business partners. Not yet, Ship. Not yet. We have not signed the papers. Welcome in, Tiki Room Bunnies. Yes, we are in the same place. So we are in the same place. So that is proof that we're not the same person. Prefer to stay away from the corner. You like the side routes. Oh, okay. I've changed in the middle. With 5 chains, I'm in the middle of the. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. A lot of employers don't. Yes. Okay. So, I was going to show you another way. So, let me see if I can get back to it. Let me see if it's possible to do this right now. All right, Tiki Room Bunnies, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Give me, I got my brain just went offline for a second. Okay. I'm going to end up frogging this out. And I'm going to show you. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. Okay, we're going to join. We're going to join. And then there's another way of doing it. And I can't remember how to do it from here. Anyway, that's not important. So, do you have any other questions, Tatter? Chain 4. Do you want me to do it with you? Okay. I can frog it all out. Right, we live in America. At least I'm making assumptions, although this ship doesn't. Well, technically he's not in the United States. He's not in the United States, but it is North America. Bless you, Knitter Girl. Bless you. You live on Maui, Hawaii, so yes, no is living in the U.S. What happened to the cat that ate a ball of yarn? She had mittens. Chain 4. Slip stitch into the first one, yes. Hey there, Sly Lady Wolf. How are you? Welcome in. I see Cub slowly dying from these jokes. Yeah. Now that you learn crochet, you also wait. Not that you also know knitting. Wait, what? We're I barely know knitting. Please forgive my USian usage of the word America to refer to exclusively to the U.S. Isn't it the same thing? Yeah. Yes, Shep. Crocheting and knitting is the same thing. He's on this crusade to mention that into any crochet or knitting stream to rile them up because they are not the same thing. I'm on to you, Shep. Doing great. Just finished my first circle of tatting with picots after every 2 double stitches. Turned out really good. A little sloppy near the ends, but other than that, pretty even thread. Yes, Sly Lady Wolf is learning how to tat. She's doing great. Lindsay gets so upset when I say that. Yes. Oh, that wasn't you. I was going to say something, but absolutely, that's how Tatter started out tonight. Where'd I put my pitchfork? Thunder of Dragon. Tatter, Thunder of Dragon has a question. It's a tatting question. Surprise for Cleansy. Oh, sorry, Cleansy. So you did a slip stitch into the first one to make a ring, and then you chain up 3. Thunder Dragon says, how do you keep your picots the same size? Actually, Ship, is it Mchav? Doesn't she have a tattoo on her finger? Oh, yes. Yeah. It's the same thing, yes. And I've only eyeballed it. I've never used a pico gauge. I've never made my own. I just eyeballed it, so get them as close as possible. Yes, Ship, I have learned how to tat. That was my first tatted piece. So yes, Ship, I do. I know how to needle tat. I was inspired by the traveling tatter to shuttle tat. I know how to shuttle tat. I'm better at needle tatting. So these are some of the pieces. These haven't been blocked yet, but these are some of the pieces that I've made. So this is a bookmark. This is just like just like an element. I don't. This is supposed to be a pendant. I think Amanda, this is the pattern that you were working on. Yes, you did this. Yes, this is the one that Amanda is working on. This is my very first one. Yes, another bookmark. This one, what was it? Was it Crafty Lady 2019 had shown this on the raid train? I think maybe I could be wrong, but I know a bunch of us were doing this. I know so. Yeah, I know so. I still have to block it, and this is another handy hands. The same. Those all came from the same resource. And then, if you have ever seen the traveling tatter stream, you'll be familiar with that motif. I did a welded square, and these are all needle tatted. Oh, one other thing, and I haven't finished it yet. I still have to weave in my ends and join it. This it's going to be a wreath, and I still have to block it. There's a bow that I made, and it's going to be an ornament. They have a variation, a version of it that has beads in it. So the next time I do it, I'm going to do some beads. So it'll be like a little Christmas ornament. And then let me move this real quick. This is also needle tatted, but using yarn. And that's a whole nother topic with needle tatting, but it is a larger scale. Let me catch up with chat. You only use a gaze when a pattern calls for it. Using one pattern wasn't even picos. Do both. Yatter can do both shuttle and needle tatting. Really depends on the mood, what you're making. Okay, Ship, find somebody to make that for you. Time to pierce my ears. Wait, no, I'm not piercing my ears. If well, she doesn't have pierced ears. In June, um, I usually on Thursdays I have a different guest that is my regular guest. Her name is Granny Karen Cakes Marino. She wears clip-on earrings, so I might have to make some earrings for her, but that's for a different time. This is called tatting. This is what the traveling tatter, my guest here, does. It is a form of lace making. Um, well, Tatter can explain it better. She's here. So yes, if you are interested in all things shuttle tatting, follow the traveling tatter. Let me pop the link in again. She streams 5 nights a week usually, but your tatting streams are usually Monday through Thursdays, correct? And that's at 5 Eastern U.S. time, East Coast time. Yep. 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 Many of us tat on stream, also do other crafts, so we don't do. Yes, I don't do tatting all the time, and yes, I have needle tatted on stream. Yes, actually, Hijinks tats. She's doing a thing for her subs. Anytime she gets a sub, she's making these butterflies, and they have each person who subs gets to choose what color. Um, oh, I see what Ship is doing there. For those of you who don't know, they get to choose. They get to choose what color they want the butterflies to be on, and then the Hijinks can explain it better because it's her stream, but she's not talking at the moment. Well, it's not her stream and words. They're going to be a. She said there's going to be a curtain, like kind of like a beaded curtain, but with butterflies. Let her blend in my stream. Started having muscle pain between your left thumb and index finger from tatting. Yeah, stretches and muscle and breaks. All right, so where were we? Chain three. That chain three. What was that? Correct. Yes. Yes. Now, when you hold this, your tail, your cut end should hang below, so it's out of the way. That chain three counts as a double crochet. All right, let's do some finger stretches. Um, this is why finger stretch is important. Yes. What about pick stitch? Pick stitch does not needle tat. He needle felts, which is a different art form. It's a fiber art, but it's a different art form. He crochets and cross stitches. That's the and needle felts. I think those are the only fiber arts I've seen him do. Making subscriber butterflies, and yes, I'm going to combine them all, hanging curtains. Yes, pixel art. That's why his name is Pick Stitch. Oh, yes, the perler beads. And he does Lego pixel art, too. Nobody look closely at my nail polish. Okay, I'm not looking. Okay, so we chain three. That chain three counts as a double crochet. And then, so that is your first double crochet of your granny cluster, of your first cluster. Now, that makes sense? And that's how it's going to be on every round when you start out. You're going to chain three. That counts as your first double crochet of the first cluster. Yes. Exactly. So then, oh, thank you for the hydrate Ship. Be fair, only learned tatting last December. Yes, I've learned both shuttle and needle tatting back in around the same time. So I am a newer tatter as well. Cobb, when will I teach you? Mm, next to never. If you want to really learn, seriously, I would teach you. But I never can be certain with you. So, no, I don't have enough strength for that. Okay. So that counts as our first double. And then we're into that ring. We're going to put in two more doubles. You and Gary. No, 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 no. And remember when I first showed you? This is where you can move things around on that ring. See how they kind of slide a little bit? You can actually pull the ring in and around because the stitches are going around that ring. They're not going into it. So it's kind of like a key ring. Think of it as a key ring, and the stitches are the keys. They can rotate on the ring. Amanda has a tatting question. Thunder of Dragon says, let their hamster milk give you strength. No. Oh. Skip says, Tatter can teach them. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's like crochet. The yarn or the thread will help determine the size. Yes. Yes. And so remember, a granny cluster is a side. So now we need a corner because this is round one, and it, and in round one, each side gets one cluster. So now we need a corner. So two chains, and then you're gonna repeat the pattern. So you're gonna do it. Yeah, you're gonna do another granny cluster. Mm-hmm. Ship wrong channel. This is not the produce channel. Wrong stream. So again, I did another granny cluster, and that is my second side. If you forget, just call Cub at 3 a.m. Actually, you know what? I'd probably be awake, and I'd probably be in Hijinks' stream. So, or Yadarika, one of the two of them. So after you're gonna test that. Well, you can't. Well, oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say you can't call me, but anyway, you can't call me on the phone. So we've got a granny cluster, and then we need another corner. Chain two, and then you do another granny cluster. Like I said, well, when I first said this, I said if you can count to 3, you're good, but technically 4 because the first chains you do 4 chains, which you can vary that. Your when you do the 4 chains, if the center hole is too tight or too big, you can do a different number of chains. So if you need it to be bigger, you can do 5. That's just something to start with. Usually a lot of people do 4. But for the rest of it, if you can count to 3, what if you can count to 3, Ship? What if? You want a gold star? Oh, can't. What if you can't count to 3? Then you don't get a gold star. Have you seen the music video, I Can Only Count to 4? No, I have not seen that one either. It's almost singing in the tune of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. Oh, God. No. So when you get to the end of this round, if you need help with the join part, I can walk you through that again. That happens all the time to me. Would Ship understand if he can't? Yeah. If the song is I Can Only Count to 4, would Ship understand it because he can only count to 3? If he can only can't, if he can't count to 3, and Cub can't speak. Ship, you need glasses. Blushing. So again, if you need help to join it, it's just a slip stitch into the top of that first chain to connect it all together. So it's one continuous shape. Chain up 3. Actually, okay, in this case, you chain 3. That would count as the last double of the very last cluster. Because the because where we ended here is to the left, and we can't easily, there's a way to do it, but it's very difficult. We need 2 more over here to the right, but we're traveling in a counterclockwise motion. We're going around counterclockwise. So that would be the last double crochet of that cluster in the corner. Exactly, because you've already done that one. But remember, you're skipping over the granny clusters and you're going into the corner space to do the next granny cluster. I have no idea why it's called a granny cluster. I don't know if it. I don't know where the name came about. I don't know if it was traditionally for old ladies to do. I don't know. You should go for the world record longest crocheted blanket. Actually, that is a thing. I think that is a thing. I think so. There is a thing, well, not really on that large a scale, but there is something called yarn bombing, and oh, I forgot what the name of it is. Where yarn bombing is basically crocheting or knitting. Um, you think I'm always not serious? um, you crochet or knit and put them out in public, usually around like um, signposts or fence posts, sometimes trees. I don't know about that. I'm not a big fan of that. They're not permanent. They'll obviously they are going to deteriorate, and even if it's acrylic, you can always I think they go out and after a period of time they do remove them, but it's to add fun and color in public. But there are also large um, art pieces that are made. I found a video of they were doing this. I don't know what it was on some type of structure as a foundation, but it was this huge mushroom that it was crochet, but you could actually go inside of it. So the whole thing wasn't crocheted, but there's all different types of those art installation type things. Tree scarves, yes, tree scarves. Saw it on a fence in South Carolina. The iron fence had rings in it, and they did little multicolor crochet webs on the rings. Yes, you saw the mushroom thing the other week I saw that. There are groups that do the tree scarves for young trees that can help them get them through winter. That too, yes. There's a ton of crochet in the Meow Wolf in Denver, huh? Then there's something called freeform crochet, and it doesn't have to be large pieces. It could be smaller pieces, and you're not really following a pattern. You're picking up colors and doing stitches wherever you need them, and it's all like organic, and it can look really cool looking. Oh, Chef found that I have Siri bot. Dad joke. The Swiss must have been pretty confident in their chances of victory if they include a corkscrew in their army knife. Or how I'm doing this. Okay. I know you're not there yet, but when we started the first round, that chain three counted as the first double crochet of the first cluster. When we started round two, that chain three counted as the last double crochet of the last cluster that we just talked about. When we start round three, the chain three will be the first double crochet of the first cluster again. It's going to alternate depending on if it's an even row or an odd row. I might be over explaining it because, and I just realized this because when I was doing this earlier and I thought I messed up, um, I figured it out. So I'm on the third row and I chain three. And remember, I need a cluster here. I easily get cluster on each corner, but I need one here in the center. So I've done a chain three and I need to put two more. That always scares me. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Welcome in, Vivi. What were you working on? What were you doing? I am teaching, and I have been teaching the traveling Tatter, who's my special guest tonight, how to crochet. We learned some basic stitches, and now she is getting the hang of a granny square. You catch up with chat. A lot of people don't know. Siri comes with dad jokes. Yes, yes, I found that out the other day. Cub says, "Buckle up, Buttercup. We're kicking into high gear." Yes, I I do have a tendency of over-explaining things at times. Vivi had a great stream. Started on a large black pearl model from Revel. Oh, like a kit, a model kit. Very cool. If you have any pictures, you can post them in my Discord. We're not going to be sharing them tonight because I want to dedicate this all to the teaching. We will should do a bunch of Discord shares. Um, I plan on streaming tomorrow evening. You Granny Square and you'll ice cream. You'll Rice Krispie Square. What? Ship. Tatter. Don't encourage him. Ship. Ship. Jokes are supposed to be funny. That was just weird. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. If you are new here, I am the Crafty Cub. Um, well, I was going to say it's not normally this weird, but it is. Mostly we do fiber arts here, mostly crochet. Like I said, I am teaching the traveling Tatter how to crochet. It was a redeem from a fundraiser she had back in April for the Michael J. Fox Foundation for Parkinson's Research, and every $100 that was raised, she spun a wheel, and one of the things that landed on was a collab stream with myself, and where I teach her how to crochet. So that is what we're doing here. Ship says, "Tatter, why is Cub so weird?" Oh, no comment. Okay. True. True. And I'm okay being weird. See, there's different types of weird. Not much to share there yet. Just some cannons and a skeleton ship. Ooh, that kind of sounds interesting. Oh, you said the Black Pearl, so like Pirates of the Caribbean, I'm assuming. For some reason, my brain wasn't putting that together. Um, what are the steps of learning to crochet? It's a chain of events. Your favorite 4 movies? I've only ever seen, I think, the first 2. But Vivi, if you need to do after stream stuff, I totally understand. Um, we will take care of your community. Watch too much Crafty Cub. Nobody is forcing you to watch the Crafty Cub. But you were weird before you were in my stream because I think I met you in, I don't know whose stream it was the first time when you were in there and you were weird. So can't use that as an excuse. Gonna put your second batch of bread in the oven. Wishing you guys. Oh, um, Amanda on Maui was making bread. Now I want homemade bread. But you like Tatter? Oh, and you don't like me? Okay, you don't have to be my friend. Um, Speaking of bread, yeah, how is the proofing? It's done. Oh, I mean, it's baking. Proof well. Very cool. Oh no, Gary's back. Gary, Gary, my friend Gary. Um, can you can you occupy your buddy Chip? Uh, thank you, Knitter Girl, that you like us. Cobb, Cobb found your quack, Tatter. Oh, Tatter knows about that ship. Tatter knows about that. For those of you who don't know, Tatter had it has a quack redeem. It has been moved around a couple times because people were abusing it. I'm not saying names, Gary, um, and others. Not the only one. So she's moved it. Well, it's been hidden, and I don't even know where it is. Seriously, I don't. And I was in her stream yesterday, lurking and working on some projects, which I will have to show you some of the cutest things I made the past couple days. And I was on Facebook, and I found this video clip in Tatter State, and it is a big, huge inflatable duck that's rolling across the highway because they had some storms. So I guess it came untethered. So I sent it to her and I said, "Yep, I found where you put the duck." Yes, looks great. You have a fish. You have officially won your red feather boa. Here we. Oh, Tatter can't hear all the noises and redeems. You're lucky, Tatter. You're lucky. Let me catch up with chat. Then why do you still want to? Why do you want to start a business together? Yeah, I don't know. I'm second guessing that. Cobb, Gary said he's going to teach us. No, I did not say that. Gary's a liar. Gary did not get put in a tornado blender. Yes, don't. Yeah, nobody should be in a tornado blender. Hey there, lady. How are you? Welcome in. Yes, you're catching a stream. I am teaching the traveling Tatter how to crochet, and she has made a granny square. Let me catch up. Fortunately, still in the storm. 2 hours before it hits. Very quiet. Yeah, be careful. Be safe. Why am I called the Crafty Cub? Well, I've always liked crafts, and I'm a cub, and not to get all into it, but I am part of the LGBT community, and there is a subsection called Bears and Cubs. It's a whole nother thing. You Google it, and so I am part of that community. So I came up with that name, and I like it. It's unique. Moth and Gary redeems. Yes, yes, they have their own special redeems. Um, yes, I am a bear. I'm a bear cub. But I went ahead and I did another row on my sample. So I have 4 rounds. So you can see the pattern. So try to ignore this. And we got the center here. So we have a hole, a cluster, a hole, a cluster, a hole. So they alternate if you're going across. And then we still got the diagonal holes going up the diagonal. And like I said, round 1, you have 1 cluster on each side. Round 2, there's 2. Round 3, 3, 4, 4, and so on. Not to confuse you, but that's not a good example. You can do the same thing, and this is a little more advanced. You're not ready for this yet. You can do the same thing, but in a rectangle. So yes. And there is a way to do the granny stitch in rows back and forth. Like we were doing originally with our original sample. You can do it back and forth also. You're also in the LGBTQ plus community. Very cool. What X-Men character like to knit? Wolverine. Either that or I was a long-time Cub Scout. I was never in Scouts. I'll only get to redeem once. Wait, you only get to redeem what once? Lady New Eurekan says, I just finished a granny rectangle. I just mentioned rectangles. Love projects like that, so don't have to do much thinking. Yes, this is the granny stitch is something you don't really have to count too much because you're going into the space. You're not counting into one stitch, one stitch, one stitch. You're not. It's not as tedious, and you're doing the same thing over and over again. It can be boring and monotonous, but it is a project that's good for that, and it works up quick. So you can make blankets, scarves, whatever. And like we had mentioned before, you can make them whatever size you want. So I could stop here, finish it off, and make another one in a different color, and make a bunch of it, and then there's ways to join them together. You can do it that way. Like, kind of like that eyeball blanket that I made. Those aren't granny squares. They're squares, but they're not granny squares. But you can do the same thing with this, or you can just keep going, center out until you get the sides that you want. Pants. I am not making pants. This is my personal opinion. My personal opinion is I don't crochet or knit. Well, I don't really knit, but I don't crochet anything that is worn strictly between the waist and the shins. My opinion, because I don't think it wears that well. Because you think there's a lot of movement, and that's just my opinion. I will not do that. So no underwear, no pants, no shorts. Yes, you can make pants. I will not do that. Knee pads? No. Yes, Hijinks says, I taint that kind of hooker. Just keep going. Don't have the patience to join everything together. Thigh warmers? Okay, that's weird. Anyway, I don't want to keep Tatter too long, because it's going on for 4 hours. Wow. I want to show off some things that I have made in the past few days that are adorable. Some of you might have seen these in a couple different Discords, but I've been doing amigurumi. Keep Tatter. Well, Tatter can't be we can't be on all night. Been doing amigurumi. Amigurumi, yes, Supreme, you're right. Tatter did a wonderful job. Been doing amigurumi. Well, you are a great student. I've been doing amigurumi, which is basically, it means what, cute toy or soft toy. So I've been making some little creatures. So I have a duck. Ship says, Tatter, do you want free craft supplies? Say no. You don't want to keep Tatter. Oh, you want to keep... Yes, Supreme wants to keep you. If you wear crocheted skirts, shorts, or pants, please wear slip boxers or boxer briefs. Yes, that could chafe. So we made a duck. And this is these are free patterns that I found online. And there's 12 of them in the series. I'm going to make all 12, but I haven't gotten them all done. And we made a donkey. If you are familiar with my channel, you all know about the donkey. You like the itch. Okay. So we made a donkey. They're only 3 inches tall, but I have to show these off because they're so stinking cute. The other night on stream, I made a chicken. We made a chicken. And I don't think I've shown all of these. I made a pig. And he's got a little curly tail. We got a cow, and we even have a color change, like a cow does. Aren't they cute? And then, I'm in the process of working on a cat, and I don't like the way they're going to do the whiskers. So I got to come up with something, and I didn't know what yarn to use, but I had this yarn. I'm like, it's kind of almost calico looking. So I've got a cat. You want to keep both of them. Both have homes that they enjoy. Yes. And I made this one today. We have a bunny rabbit. That was something I finished today. I was working on this in Hijinks' stream this morning, and I got the head and body done. It's one piece, and I forgot to put the safety eyes on. So that's a separate one. I'm going to have to embroider that one. So I made another one. So we have a bunny. And then this one I finished this afternoon. I got to make him presentable. We have a horse. We have a horse. All that's left in the series, there's a dog. There's a dog, a goat, a turkey, and a lamb. So I still have to make those. And this is from a free pattern. If anybody is crochets and does amigurumi and wants these, I can post the link to it in my Discord. My idea was, and this was a crochet, this blog that I got it from, they did a crochet along last year of all of these animals. But my idea is to make them all, and then I'm going to make something to put them in, like it's going to look like a barn, either a bag or maybe like a freestanding, maybe use plastic canvas or something. And my idea was that you can store them all in there, and this could be a gift to a young child. And you can sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm and let the kid pick one out. And then they can say, and Old MacDonald had a farm. He had a rabbit, and I don't know what a rabbit says, but okay, how do I pick? Oink, oink here. So it'd be like an interactive type thing. So I love that idea. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And they are super, super adorable. I'm addicted to it. I've made other amigurumis, and I'm new to amigurumi. I've only been doing Ami since back last fall. So I'm addicted to the minis. So they're super cute. But I just wanted to show those. I've got more I'm going to be making. And yeah. Anyway, I don't want to keep everybody any longer. I want to thank Traveling Tatter for being my guest here tonight and letting me teach her how to be a hooker. She did an amazing job. She now has 2 squares, so she now can make herself a scarf, a blanket, what have you. Or what I would recommend, if you have some cotton yarn, make them a little bit bigger, and that alone could be a coaster or a mug rug. So yeah. Oh, you're welcome. You did. Yet you did it. You did the thing. Let me just catch up with chat. Spy guy. That's what a bunny says. Oh wait. What's up, Doc? Yes, that's what the bunny says. Congratulations. Small blanket. Yeah, that is a small blanket. Hey, welcome back, Mama YC. Yes, it went great. And I used your technique to teach her. It went wonderfully. Been influenced to try. Yo, you've been influenced to try tatting. Ooh, very cool. Yes. Do all the things. Do all the things. Before we raid out, I'm going to let everybody know. Go and follow the Traveling Tatter. Go and follow her. She is a wonderful, wonderful person and a wonderful streamer. A great bean. And I got to remember what the other. Give me a moment. Oh, that's what it is. If anybody is interested in tatting supplies or any of Tatter's merch, she has a shop. So go over there and support a small business and a great streamer. Great. Mine just went off again. I blame Ship. So yes, thank you very much for being here, Tatter. And I think that's about it. Does anybody have any other questions or what have you? Get yourself a kit from Tatter Shop. Alrighty, I'm gonna try to find somebody to raid, and if you need to de-stream and and what's the word? Relax. That's the word. Tatter, go ahead and do that. Feel free. Um, what? Who is on? Does anybody have any suggestions? Who we can raid? I am open to suggestions. You're welcome. Good night, Tatter. All right, we're gonna find somebody to raid. The deluxe kit. Yes, the deluxe kit comes with a few shuttles, and you try and see which one you like best. Which one yarn instead of the other? No, I'm afraid not. I can't. Oh, Vintage is on. Yes, Vintage. What is Vintage doing? Is she crafting? Vintage is great. Yes, she's doing some cross stitch. Yes, you could now. Ship. We're gonna go and raid Vintage. You can go and raid Gary. Sounds like a plan. Let me switch this over. Again, everybody, thank you very much. Let me get the raid calls. That is the raid call for followers. So if you are a follower, copy that one, please. And if you are a subscriber, that is the raid call for subscribers. So copy those raid calls, and we're going to go and visit Vintage Sogal, who is another wonderful streamer. She can tat. She needle tats. She was trying to learn shuttle tatting. I don't think that she could get the movements right. She crochets. She knits. She cross stitches. She sews. She does it all. So everybody, give her a follow. Show her some love. And I will be on again tomorrow. I don't even know what we're doing tomorrow, but I'll figure it out. So everybody, have a good evening. Let me get this raid started. And I will chat with you all next time. So, oh, there it is. So everybody, I will chat with you later. I just said that already. And as I always say,